my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. Wait a second. There we go. That's much more like it. Witch Knight, Melody, Punk Corpse, Grouchy Ash, Gayfesh, Somniostatic, Evelyn, Punk Corpse, Lotta Apples, Baphomet, Far Left Shark, Maki Pocky, Palm Dad, Thick Boy, Dokai Bling, Kitty Kada, Soul Gracchus, Peppy Toaster, Dank Cat Lord, Mad Lupine, 42X Fish, Novacade, Piftle Cakes, Bookworm as Fuck, Sprodman, Technogal, Maki Pocky, with a special shout out to Xerox 13ster and Lotta Apples for the incredibly generous donations at the very, very beginning of stream. Pause Patrol, Technogal, Ducky Lucy Hayes, Prosy Rosie, Versifer, Mesmerized. Let's see, who else am I missing? For the YouTube chat, we got Geek Prime X, Christopher Bilko, Lillian Tori, Cassiatore, Destiny, Hayden, Undead Banana, Mother of Mudkips, Bob the Ball, Hannah Angelina, Sebastian, LH Fruit, Smothered by Love, Theos Jonafied, Ryan Phoenix, Scott K, Stephen B, SMG Hottie, Falmer Flamingo, Loophole, and so many others. Somniostatic Castrix, Goblin Mode, Vines. No, you didn't. I just caught you. Scarlet Volcano, Vor Buddy. It is wonderful, wonderful to be back with you all today. Today is going to be, it's the first time you guys have seen me live in the studio in a while. Actually, it's the first time you've seen me live in a little while. And if my voice seems a bit tired, well, that's because I'm just generally tired. As it turns out, the road trip took a lot out of me, and I don't even know how many of you are gonna remember this, but I'm actually taking off on another trip in just 2 days. You see, the way that it worked out is I have had a trip to go see one of my partner's family planned for a while, but Zan needed help moving right away. So as it turns out, I basically had like 4 days or 5 days of downtime since the trip. So, but it's no big deal. You're gonna see plenty of me. I am planning on doing a live stream while traveling, like an actual live stream on my phone. I'm gonna put my phone up like this. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to chat. We're gonna talk about politics, but I'll be in a weird location. Yeah, so it'll be really, really cool. By the way, if you are here, wait a minute, what the hell was that? What the? There we go, press the like button. The like button helps us get more viewers. It helps us have a better time. We have a lot of fun things to talk about tonight, and I want as many people here as possible, so smack that like button. The channel has been steadily growing. We are quickly approaching 22,000 viewers, which is very, very exciting. And what's also extremely exciting is that I am about to embark on a very perilous journey with you all. And I'm not talking about my travel. That is not going to be perilous at all. In fact, it's looking like we're going to have clear weather the entire way. However, I am going to be embarking on a perilous journey because I am going to review as much of the Star Wars cinematic universe as I possibly can in the coming months. And you might be going, but Demon Mama, don't you fucking hate Baby Yoda? And yes, it's true, I fucking hate Baby Yoda. And the reason why I fucking hate Baby Yoda is because of something I'm gonna talk about in a few minutes. It's because of the Funko Pop shit. But the truth is that I used to be a big fan of Star Wars. And like for a long time, I really, really liked Star Wars. And then I got kind of like tired, like there was this never-ending wave of Star Wars stuff, especially with the Disney takeover. The Disney Star Wars era has been this deluge. It's been like drowning in Star Wars, okay? But I recently, as in like a couple of months ago, watched Star Wars Andor, and I loved it so much that it has accidentally re-sparked a hyperfixation on Star Wars. And I can't stop thinking about Star Wars, and I resent this to a certain degree. But I also am having fun with it. So my conclusion was, why don't I bring you all along with me? And also, it just so happens that, you know, Star Wars is really popular. So it would be pretty interesting, I think, to see a bunch of people from beyond our general political sphere come in to hear me talk about Star Wars. So I'm gonna do it. I decided a couple of days ago that this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch all of the Star Wars movies. I'm going to play a absolute fuckload of Star Wars video games. I'm going to just basically cure my hyperfixation on Star Wars by inundating myself with as much Star Wars media until I can't stand it anymore. And yes, I have been playing Jedi Fallen Order like a freak. I've been playing it like a freak since I got back. I got back and I was like, God damn it, I want to play Star Wars stuff. So I started playing Jedi Star Wars Fallen Order. And as it turns out, I actually really like it. And in fact, I'm going to do a review of it this stream in just a little bit before we get into everything. But I have so much stuff I have to talk about today. Oh, we're going to be doing Clone Wars. We're going to be doing Rebels. We're going to be doing the Baby Yoda show. I'm going to do as much of it as I can tolerate. There might be a handful. There might be a few things that I skip here and there. Like, for example, there is no way in hell that I'm going to be oh yes, we will be doing the Christmas special, but I've already seen the Christmas special. I saw the Christmas special back in a former time when I was really a big fan of Star Wars, literally decades ago. Am I going to read the comics and books? That is where I'm probably going to take, I'm going to take a little bit of a woo on those because there's just way too many of those. There is so many of those, it's not even funny. I might read some of them. We'll see. But yeah, are we going to do the Republic Commando game? Almost assuredly, because I actually really like the Republic Commando game already. I think the next, I'm going to talk about all this, but I figured I would let you all in on the fact that you're probably going to hear a lot of political analysis of Star Wars coming from me in the coming weeks and months. And one of the things I want to do is at the end, I want to do a tier list where I sort of list all of the major Star Wars media by my read of its politics. Like, how good is its political analysis? I don't mean like whether I agree with the politics, but like how good it does at like communicating its political message. Because the truth is that actually, like, as far as the overall politics of Star Wars, I think that the Star Wars universe as a whole is a pretty politically based, like, it agrees with a lot of the ways that I look at the world. And I actually think that George Lucas himself is a pretty politically based person as far as, like, the opinions that he gives out. But the problem with Star Wars is that it doesn't always communicate those politics very well. In fact, there's a lot of Star Wars media that I would argue like counteracts the general politics of the universe and the general politics of the core story of Star Wars, which makes it interesting to talk about. So, yeah, I'm going to be doing some of that. I have been, of course, since Andor, I've basically been unable to stop thinking about Star Wars. And that's just because Andor is probably my favorite piece of Star Wars media, maybe overall, but probably at least since the original trilogy. I rewatched the finale, the like last 3 episodes of Andor a couple of days ago, and it like getting a couple of months away from it and going back just affirmed further how strongly I feel about Andor. I think Andor is maybe the best piece of Star Wars media that's ever been made. And One Way Out, straight up. There's so much quotable stuff from Andor. Also, something that's really interesting about Andor is that the final episode actually completely refutes the message of one of the most important characters prior to Andor, Yoda. Jedi Master Yoda, who says, "Do or do not, there is no try." And the final sort of like the last sort of quotable line of the show comes from a manifesto of a freedom fighter, and he says explicitly, "Just try." That's what matters most. The fact that people are still trying, the fact that people are still fighting. It isn't actually about do or do not. It actually is about the try. Even when people fail, they can still, even if you fail, you can still manage to affect liberation for yourself and for others, even if you don't succeed all at once. And it's incredibly awesome. Yeah, the monologue from Skarsgård. There's so much I could talk about Andor. I want to do a episode by episode analysis. There's so much I want to do with this, but basically I've been thinking about Star Wars constantly, and so I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm planning on doing a whole bunch of Star Wars related media reviews and things like that in the coming days. So yeah, there you have it. The Star Wars era begins. And I think it's going to be very fun because, times have been very tough lately. And as we all should know, maybe some of you do not, but George Lucas was very explicit in saying that in his view, America is the Empire. That the Empire from Star Wars, in his mind, was supposed to be America. And many other empires, but he explicitly states that America was his main inspiration, that the rebel forces were inspired by the Viet Cong, because of course the Vietnam War was ongoing at the time that he had begun working on Star Wars. It's really interesting. And there's actually an interview where the interviewer keeps kind of trying to pivot away from him saying, "Oh, it's not just America, right? Like it's other empires." He's like, "Yeah, but it's mostly America that I was thinking about when I was making Star Wars." And I think now of all times is a good time for some catharsis via fiction, that sometimes our fiction can be a source of strength, particularly when we are willing to embrace the fiction that is around us and use it as a way to understand our world and to inspire our real world actions, behaviors, and thoughts. So, yeah. It's going to be really cool, and I'm very excited for this. Yeah, the interview with James Cameron. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. By the way, my lovely imps, all 310 of you who are here right now, it is wonderful to have you all here with me. By the way, listen to those numbers, okay? Nowadays, our stream has grown so much, this show has grown so much, that we get 300 average viewers. Easy, at the beginning of every single stream, and that is exciting. If you're here and you aren't subscribed yet, smash that subscribe button, because you don't want to miss out on this stream blowing up. I have so much stuff that I want to talk about today. Let me talk real quick before we get any further about the road trip that I went on with a content creator many of you all know, Xanderhal. As you guys know, I have been friends with Xanderhal for a long time. Xan and I have had many conversations on this channel. My relationship with Xan goes way back to the early days of my channel. Obviously, despite the fact that Xan is much younger than me, Xan has actually been streaming for significantly longer than I have. So we actually got to talk a lot about streaming on the road. And let me just say that talking to Xanderhal about streaming was very, very inspiring. Xan is a really, really kind person, all the way to his heart. And also, he encouraged me a lot about my channel. And let me just say that he believes that this channel is going to continue doing incredibly well. And I obviously have high hopes for this channel, but I think Xan's projections for this channel are even higher than my initial ones. And that made me feel really good. We talked about, streaming as a work. We talked about the wild nature of streaming for a long time while we were on the road. So to just give you an idea of what we were, Zan used to live in Palm Springs, and now Zan has moved up to live in the Seattle area, which is the same area that I live in, up here in the Pacific Northwest. Palm Springs is in the far south of California. It's really far south in California. And I flew down, and then I drove us up in a van because Zan couldn't drive a rental car. That there's a bunch of rules with rental cars as to how driving goes. But anyway, I can obviously, I'm 32 years old. I can rent a rental car. So I flew down and drove a big van up with Zan and all of his stuff. And we stopped at many points along the way to get videos, to get pictures. In fact, Zan is putting together a big road trip video with all the B-roll he was able to capture. I wasn't even able to get all that much footage because I was driving basically the entire time up. But he got tons of footage. So when that comes out, we'll watch it together on stream, and it'll be really, really cool because Zan was able to get all this really cool footage of us driving through the mountains, of us driving through the desert. We went through like 4 completely different, like completely and utterly different biomes as we were traveling up. We started in the desert. We went through Central California, the plains and the sort of ranch area of Central California. Then we crossed up into the mountains, and then of course we arrived in the temperate rainforests of the Pacific Northwest. And it was a really amazing trip. In fact, there was so much wild stuff that happened. We stayed the first night that we stayed in a hotel. We stayed in a hotel in Fresno, and we weren't really expecting much out of the hotel. I mean, it had good reviews and everything like that, but the hotel that we stayed at ended up being a part of like a garden project, and I'm not even kidding you when I say, like, if you saw the short, some of you will know what I'm talking about, but the entire grounds for the hotel was filled with citrus trees that were full of fruit. I'm talking about just oranges hanging off the trees. They were completely overburdened with fruit. There were grapefruits the size of my goddamn head hanging off these trees. And I was just like, oh my God. That shit was insane. Can you just take one and eat it? Yeah, they were fine with us picking and eating just a random fruit. Zan picked a bunch of, picked like 3 oranges throughout the time that we were there and ate them. They were actually very, very good too. It was really amazing. Zan's first Seattle stream was aired 4 hours ago. Yeah, I popped in to say hello. In fact, Zan and I were hanging out yesterday as well because he needed to go to IKEA, so we went to IKEA together. Palm Springs, California, not Florida. I didn't even know there was a Palm Springs. Is there a Palm Springs? Is there a Palm Springs, Florida? Oh, I guess there is. It's a village. No, we were in Palm Springs, California. Zan bought a shark. Yes, everybody, Zan bought a blowhigh, or some people call them blahage, the trans shark, and the reason why he bought that was because I pressured him. I was like, Zan, you have before you the trans shark. Your trans fans would be so sad if you abandoned this shark in this IKEA and didn't liberate it from the clutches of IKEA. And so he said, well, when you put it like that, I can't not get a shark. So, yeah. I had to. Well, of course. What else am I supposed to do? Like, it would be wrong of me to not do that. Was Vosh with you at IKEA as well? No, he wasn't. I actually haven't hung out with Vosh recently, but hopefully we'll hang out in the near future once I'm done doing travel. Like I mentioned, I'm actually setting out on another trip in just a few days here, so uploads will probably be a little bit slow on the channel as they have been while I'm traveling. It's sort of just a quirk. I didn't really intend for 2 trips to be booked back to back. It's just the way it worked out. Zan needed to move when he needed to move, and my trip had already been planned. You know, we planned the trip that I'm about to go on to go see family in, like, you know, a month and a half ago or something. I need to get Jar Jar on stream. True! True! Is it a real shark or like a stuffy? It's a stuffy. It's morally bad to not buy a Blahai. Yeah, that's true. It's true. You need that. You need that. The sharks are great. What was I gonna say? So we had a really good time. The best part, in my opinion, my favorite part of the road trip. Well, okay, my favorite part of the road trip was seeing how excited and happy Xanderhal was. That might sound a little bit tacky and cheesy, but it was very clear to me that Xanderhal was incredibly excited to move, that he was really ready to move and get out on his own and get to his own new place. As many of you who are fans of both me and Xan know, last year for Xan was really hard. He had a really horrible situation happen with his ex, where his ex was literally stealing money from him, which is a really hard thing to go through. When you trust somebody that you've been with for a long time and that person steals a large amount of money from you and also defrauds members of your family, that is a breach of trust that is very hard to deal with. And believe it or not, Xan has been incredibly resilient to becoming super jaded about things like that, which a lot of people would become very jaded about that sort of thing. Yeah. Pulminator with the $5 says, are we able to make suggestions for drama mamas? If so, Jim Stephanie Sterling versus their editor Justin is a very disappointing one that reminds us to always get employment promises written in contract. Yeah, that is, I have not heard about that. I'll have to go check that out. I actually literally haven't heard about that. So if you have anything, email it to me and I'll try and check it out. High Progressive says Manderhal. Yeah, unironically, one of the things that I've always respected about Xanderhal is even if Xan can sometimes be a little bit of a hothead when it comes to certain conflicts, the truth is that over the arc of time, Xan is somebody who is incredibly mature, and he's very capable of resolving conflicts with other people. And I'm sure there's a few people in chat who will probably disagree with me, but nobody is perfect. And Xan is a really young guy who has managed to, who genuinely looks to resolve his conflicts as frequently as possible. And honestly, I only feel more strongly getting to spend a bunch of time with Xan on this road trip because we talked about a lot of stuff and it was great. But anyway, he was very excited to move, and that was really fun. It was really nice for me to see. It was really nice for me to see him feeling really good and full of energy and not feeling like, you know, like he was imprisoned in a place that he had a lot of emotional baggage from. Like when you have a breakup that is as bad as somebody stealing from you and your family members, that can really ruin the place that you live in. And not only that, but I was also lucky to get to be there when he got to see snow for the first time in like 10 years. And the last time he saw snow, it was like on a random vacation. So we actually got to not just see snow, but we stayed in a mountain town that was completely buried in snow just a few days before we arrived. We were lucky enough that we didn't catch the actual storm, but the town that we stayed in, a city called Mount Shasta City, there was so much snow, it's hard to even explain unless you're somebody who lives in like a heavy snow environment. If you're from a northern state, you know when the snowbanks get so high that they're literally taller than your car? Well, that was the entire town. The entire town was more snowbank than town. And it was really impressive. And of course, I grew up in an incredibly snowy place. I grew up in a really rural northern area of New England. So, you know, I'm familiar with that. But Xan was not prepared for that much snow. And he was just kind of losing his mind the whole time. The hotel that we stayed at in Mount Shasta City was incredibly cozy. It was awesome. We like basically got the sickest hotel you can imagine, and we just kind of like hunkered down in the and got you know, got the heaters going, threw some YouTube on, and had a really great night. And you know, hung out, talked about stuff, got some really fucking good food. It was really wonderful. So that was really fun. Mixed Dizzy says, fun fact about Mount Shasta. It used to be home to the world's smallest ground sloth, and the caves are still full of their mummified poops. That is an interesting fact. Wow. How strange. Yeah, so, wow. What did we eat? We actually had, I had chicken and waffles, and Zan had basically a full breakfast with like eggs, bacon, hash brown, veggies, fruit. I don't even remember what else he had. He had a whole breakfast platter, and I got chicken and waffles, and it was great. The chicken wasn't the best, but the waffle was fantastic, and yeah, it was really cool. And then we drove through the mountains, and the drive from Northern California into Oregon is so beautiful. I can't even, here, let me just show you. I wasn't able to even get a picture of this, but I'm gonna show you something that we saw while driving, and I'm gonna try and get you to just get an idea of how beautiful it really is, because it's hard to explain. This is one of the landmarks that we drove by here. Really? Every single stream now, my shortcuts break, and I do not know why that's the case. There we go. Take a look at that. This is called the Castle Crags in Oregon. Now, the highway is weaving all around through the mountains. And I saw this just shooting up into the air from the highway. And this picture does not do it justice. I wish that I could get you a better, I wish there was a better picture that I could show you, but there's no way I can capture how amazing it looked from the roads. Like, here is maybe this is a little bit of a more, here you go. Here's the picture from afar, and I think this is pretty captivating. This is what it looks like from afar, but you can actually see the Castle Crags from the highway. And it was just amazing. Absolutely incredible. I think this is actually the angle that you see them from when you're riding on the highway. But it wasn't just that. It was just, you're surrounded by mountains covered in snowy trees. The road up into Oregon through Northern California is this huge snaky road through the mountains. You climb up gradually up to an elevation of about 4,000 feet, and then you can just see all of Oregon, and behind you, all of the mountains. It is absolutely incredible. Just really, really wonderful and fulfilling and awe-inspiring a journey through the mountains that I found very, very, like I said, very fulfilling. It was very nice. Did you see any animals? We did, actually. I should give you all a quick rundown of the animals that we saw. We saw muskrats, deer. We didn't see any bears. We saw sheep. We saw like 6 different types of goats. We saw Highland cattle. Yeah, like the curly cattle. I don't know if anybody here, Highland. I was surprised to see Highland cattle because usually you don't get to see many of these. You see a lot of dairy cows and stuff like that, but we saw a whole herd of these guys. They look like this. They're really, really adorable. This is what they look like. They have like long, wavy hair. They're so cute. Hey, Zan, good to see you. I'm just talking about the whole journey. They're so cute. So we saw a whole one. Did we see any condors? Yes, we did. Or at least I think it was a condor. It was actually on the road in Mount Shasta City. We took a side road and there was this huge bird. It had big black wings and a red head, and it took off and like flew right out of the road. It was incredible. We also saw we also saw a whole bunch of different hawks. I wasn't able to get pictures to identify which type of hawks they were. We saw a giant bald eagle, which was awesome. The giant bald eagle was really cool. We also saw a great blue heron. That was really cool as well. And one of my personal favorites, we got to see the incredibly adorable Stellar's jay, which let me just show you. This is like it's a blue jay. It's a very large blue jay. Here we go. This is a great picture of one of them. We got to see a Stellar's jay, which they look like this, just brilliant blue, and they are big. It's like the one that we saw was like almost as large as a crow, and it was running around on the ground pecking, and then it took off and we saw its big blue wings, and it shot off into a tree, and that was in the place that we were staying up in the mountains. Just truly, truly beautiful. I've never seen a Stellar's jay before. I've seen many different types of jays. As you all know, I quite love birds. I love to go bird watching. Oh yeah, here's a picture of somebody holding one. Look at this. This is wild. Oops. Let me see if I can. Oh, I guess I can't see this bird. Oh, there was a picture of somebody holding an adult one, but I guess the website is fucked up, so I guess I can't see it. Ah well. Regardless, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful one. Yeah, I've just never spotted a Stellar's jay. Gayfesh, we have a bunch of scrub jays, but scrub jays are small. The Stellar's jay was really big. I haven't seen them around here yet, at least since I moved here. But I'm hoping I get to see another one nearby. The scrub jays are adorable. I've shown you guys the scrub jay before. They're tiny and they go meh, 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 and they make a really loud noise, but I love them. Yeah, it was wonderful. So that was. Oh, what else did we see? Did we see any other creatures? We saw the muskrats. We saw a whole lot of muskrats. I was actually surprised with how many muskrats we saw. There were just, while we were driving down the highway, there were just like almost like herds of muskrats, packs of muskrats like running around on the side of the highway. We saw a ton of them. It was really, really adorable. Let me show you what a muskrat. Some of you probably don't know what a muskrat is. They're really, really cute, actually. I think muskrats are adorable. This is what they look like. Okay, ready? Hold on. This is what a muskrat looks like, okay? Oh, they almost look like a beaver. When you're first looking at them, you might think, oh, that's a beaver. See, like, they even swim in the water. But, oh, look, here's a side-by-side so you can tell the difference. But beavers have a big flat tail, and muskrats have, like, a little snaky, thin tail. But they're still very big. And we saw a whole bunch of them running around in the fields of Oregon and Washington. We saw quite a lot of them, actually. They're really adorable. And it was cool to get to see them. So that was pretty much the roundup. We didn't see any super rare animals outside of the great blue heron and the bald eagle. Those were the two that we saw that were, you know, rare spots. But we got to see lots of very adorable, more common animals. Like I said, about like multiple different breeds of goat and sheep along the highway, many different types of cows, which was really cool. But yeah, so that was super, super cool. And as I should be clear, again, one more time for everybody who's joined us since I started the stream, I am traveling again. This time, this was a planned trip that I'm going on, and I'm going to get a lot of footage and a lot of pictures for you all. I am going to travel to Utah to go visit family. My partner's family lives in Utah, and we're going to go do national parks. We're going to go do all of that stuff. So that's going to be really, really cool. Oh, you sent me a bunch of the pictures? Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, look at all these. Oh, sick. We can definitely go through a bunch of these pictures. Yeah, absolutely. Let me open a bunch of these up. Yeah, we had a great time. Oh, what a good picture. Oh, yeah, this is such a good idea. I can show you mine, too, I think. Yeah, here's all the grapefruits. And Oh, here's a picture of me. Oh, I look terrible in that picture. I'm not gonna show you that one. Sorry, I'm self-censoring that one. I look so disheveled in that picture. Sorry. Here we go. So here was us passing Chinatown in Portland, which was really cool. This is another picture of the Portland downtown. If you haven't been to Portland, some of you will be like, that's where I live. But Zan had never been there. This is the approach to Mount Shasta at the very edge of Mount Shasta city. So we were driving towards the mountain in the city. You can actually see the freeway right here. We had to loop around, and this is what it looked like during the broad daylight. I have a picture of it at night as well, though I'll have to bring that up in just a minute. It was truly awesome. Mount Shasta is incredible. Just so you know, it is a breathtaking view. This is a shot of the place that we stayed. We stayed at this cute little inn. As you can see, the actual inn building itself is like little cobblestone building. And this is the food that we got. As you can see, the chicken, it was not all that amazing. However, Zan's breakfast was incredible, and my waffle was indeed very, very good. These are some of the smaller grapefruits that we were able to get a picture of. You should have seen the even bigger ones. Oh, you can see some of the bigger ones over here. These ones, now this is a little bit deceptive because when I say these are small, these are still enough to fit in your hand. And these were all over the hotel that we stayed at. The entire garden area of the hotel, which was very large, was full of these giant fruits. Yeah, the one in the short that I had was huge. I put my hand up against it, and I could only get my hand around half of it. It was just a whopping grapefruit. Here's the trees that I were telling you. You can see just how many oranges are actually in here. Look at this. You see how many oranges are actually in here? They were laden with fruit, just pulling the whole tree down with how much fruit was in there. Absolutely amazing. So, it was super cool. That was awesome, and we had a really good time. So, let me see if there was a couple of other pictures I had. Let me see if I can share them real quick. Let me just bring them up. I forgot to transfer them from my phone. God, we have so much to talk about, but I wanted to show one of the pictures that I took of Mount Shasta that was just amazing. Here we go. 1 second. Let me just do this real quick. Actually, I might actually already have them on here. Oh, I do. Thank goodness. Hold on a second. I forgot that I sent them already. I'm smarter than I give myself credit for. 1 second. Where'd they go here? Oh, hey, here's an actually decent picture of me. There we go. I'll share this one. And I'll also share you one of the good yummy foods that I got, which was delicious. And, oh, where's my picture of Mount Shasta? Huh. I apparently didn't send that one. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Here, this was the inn that we stayed at. So you can see how nice it is. This was very welcoming, super cozy. Then here's the nice picture of me. I actually think this is a pretty decent picture of me. You can actually see, look, my eyes look so nice in this one. This was me enjoying a mimosa in the airport. A very expensive mimosa, but it was a delicious one nonetheless. My hair is black. My hair is very dark brown. It's not actually black. It's just the lighting makes it look black. My hair is incredibly dark brown. And also, this was this was a bacon grilled cheese that I got with big toast, with the like rosemary toast, and it was delicious. And I quite enjoyed it. Wait, let me see if I can find my picture of Mount Shasta. I took one that I really liked. I want to see if I can find it real quick. I have it in here somewhere. Boop, 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 boop. Ba-da-da-da-da. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Okay. Here, I'm going to show you guys my picture of Mount Shasta, which I'm rather proud of, even though it's not perfect. So it's not the perfect photo, but it encapsulates a pretty decent view of what we saw coming in, okay? I want you to take a look at this, all right? Hold on. Let me zoom out just a tiny bit. Okay? This is what we saw coming into Mount Shasta, okay? Absolutely amazing. Now, unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have tried to go out of the town so you didn't have to see all of this town in the way. But when we drove into Mount Shasta City, the snow was blowing across the top of the mountain. These huge snow clouds were drifting and pouring down the mountain. You could see them drifting down like tendrils, and they were pink and purple from the sunset. It was amazing. It was truly amazing. And I just had a great time. So I just wanted to share all of that with you. Something that I love, but that I have not been able to do in many, many years is travel. Travel was, in the past, one of my life goals. And I've actually traveled quite a lot in my life, mostly by circumstance and strange occurrence. But I'm going to be doing a lot more travel content in the future as the channel allows me to. So if you guys think this stuff is cool, make sure that you press like, make sure that you subscribe, make sure you hit like on the travel shorts that I do. And I'm going to get better and better at the photography portion. I'm planning on picking up a couple of accessories that are going to make it easier for me to get really good photos. I might even get a drone sometime in the future, like a little drone so I can fly it up and get some cool shots while I'm traveling. But we're not quite there yet. I've been thinking about it pretty significantly. Yeah, so I'm very excited. The travel arc is going to be a permanent arc that you guys are going to get to see in the future. I want to do a lot of travel content because, and I can tell you some of the reasons for that. One is because the world is a really, really beautiful place, and it's easy to forget that sometimes. Like it or not, we have been living in a plague, a literal period of plague for the last few years, and it has led a lot of people to become, understandably, sort of stuck inside a lot. And also, it's led a lot of people to feel pretty sad about the state of the world. There was a lot of ugliness on display over the last few years. There was a lot of people who responded to a pandemic by becoming the worst versions of themselves. We've seen a lot of callousness. We've seen a lot of fear. We've seen a lot of hatred. And whenever I travel, I am always reminded of the profound and astounding amount of beauty that there is in the world. Even in a world where there's all these hard things going on, even in a world where there's a lot of scary stuff happening, the world is teeming with incredible wonder that most people just never get to think about because we're so tied up with our daily lives, that we're so tied up with the deluge of information. And so I want to help combat that. I want to go myself, take the first step myself out into the world, go and explore, go and adventure a little bit, and get some of bring it back to share with people, to show people some of the amazing places out there, and also to be able to recommend to other people places to go. I want to be able to tell you all, you got to go check out this place. Like, for example, I can say right now, if you live on the West Coast, go to Mount Shasta City. Take a weekend, drive up to Mount Shasta City, stay in any of the cute little hotels that they have there. There is a bunch of little parks that you can go to. There's plenty of restaurants. It is a safe, cozy, cute place that you can go to. Hotels cost nothing there. You can go there for a weekend and you will come back feeling refreshed. That's the type of stuff that I want to be able to do. I want to be able to go out into the world, find those things, and give people a reminder of what it is that we all care about in the end, why it's worth fighting for the things that we fight for. Because you guys know on this channel, we talk about fighting a lot. We talk about fighting for trans rights. We talk about pushing back against the sort of culture war obsessed, hate obsessed worldviews that are out there. On this show, we talk about a lot of really heavy topics. We talk about war, literal war. I mean, we covered Ukraine. We've covered a lot of really heavy stuff in the last few years on this channel. But I believe, and I want to make it clear to all of you out there, that I'm gonna take my step. I'm gonna step out into the world and share it with you all to the best of my ability, alongside all of the politics that I discuss, alongside all of the stuff, because it's good to remember why we fight. It's good to remember what's out there. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff to see, and you guys are gonna see more of it. Like I said, this trip that I'm doing to Utah, I'm literally leaving in just a couple of days here. And that one, it was already planned, so you guys are gonna have a whole bunch of cool stuff to see that. Herodotus with the $5. I want to see if this works. It does work. Sorry if I'm missing some of the donations and stuff. I'm trying to keep my brain clear. Thank you very, very much. Xanderhal says, I am forcing us all into the IRL collab content arc. You motherfucking know it. You don't gotta force me, bro. I've been talking about that shit forever. We're on the same page. We're on the same vibe, my man. You know it. Kaboka with the tier 1 sub. You gotta see this interaction I had with a Korean doomsday prophet playing Go online. He would not leave me alone. Oh my god. Wow, okay, that sounds, whew, that sounds wild. Oh my god, they text-walled the shit out of you. That is wild. Anyway, so that's the summary of the Xan trip. The travel arc begins in full. And it will hopefully never end. Yes, we absolutely are, Xan, if we could ever get anybody out of the house. But you and I can at least do hiking stuff. I know a bunch of good places to hike around here. Pos Patrol says, you're pretty close to Snoqualmie Baker, yes? Any odds of going to hikes on places like Tiger Mountain or anything like that? The odds are indeed great. Pos Patrol, if you have good hiking spots, please email them to me, because I would love to check them out and film them while I do that. So that would be really, really cool. Well, Ducky, Lucy, if you ever decide to come visit the United States, I will absolutely take you on whatever journey you so desire. So if you're coming to the States, simply give me a ring and we'll work it out. That would be very, very fun. Absolutely. Yeah, so, yeah. The odds are great. The odds are indeed great. So anyway, what else? You should have told, Themic says, you should have told that doomsday prophet to go away. True! Anyway, I'm scared of never seeing the Western U.S. Well, the Western U.S. is very friendly, so I recommend coming out to visit and traveling here as soon as you can. The good news is flights to major airports like for example, SeaTac are pretty cheap. So if you set some money aside, it's a pretty good chance that you can you know get a flight out to somewhere like SeaTac. And hotels do not cost a lot out here. There are a lot of hotels. There are a lot of tiny houses. There are a lot of even Airbnbs that you can stay at for mega cheap. Hell, there's even cabins you can stay at for mega cheap, and highly recommend it. Pos Patrol, that would be super cool. That would be super cool. Yeah. Buffalo Guy 1991 says, have you heard of the game called Wingspan? It's a game about bird watching. It's a fantastic board game. Why, yes, I have heard about Wingspan. In fact, I did a Wingspan tutorial on my channel. I love Wingspan, and let me tell you, how many hours do I have on the digital version of Wingspan? I have 313 hours played on the digital version of Wingspan. Take a look at that. It's right there. 313 hours. That's only on the digital version. That doesn't count the physical version. I love that. I love that game so much. One of my favorite games of all time. Comrade Muffin says, traveling seems cool, but what about living there? I'm thinking Ohio might not be the place for me. Oh, I love the Pacific Northwest. Rent is, at the moment, rather high in most of the big city areas of the Pacific Northwest. However, I find this place to be a very progressive, trans positive, queer positive, very, very welcoming place. My experiences here in the Pacific Northwest have been incredibly positive. And also the resources available for queer people is really top notch. I mean that. Like there is infrastructure here. Gay people, queer people have been out here and fighting to build things for a very long time. And so the queer friendly infrastructure out here is top notch. Daedalus Media says, my brother-in-law is an air traffic controller at SeaTac. I'll walk instead. Well, I can't speak to that, but I have not had a bad time going in and out of SeaTac personally, but I can imagine people wanting to walk instead. Yeah. I bet Mama would love the game Bloody Hell, Birds and Killing God. What more could you need? That sounds pretty awesome, actually. I'll have to check that out later. The rent is a little bit high in the Pacific Northwest, but if you can scrape together the rent money, you'll find that the other portions of the cost of living are not too bad. There's a lot of farmers markets around here. Food is not amazingly expensive around here. It's extremely easy to get around. You do not have to have a car to get around at least the major city areas because there's a lot of public transit, which is very cheap. There's good social services. It's a pretty good area. Yeah, so... Yeah. So, something else that I wanted to talk about. Oh, am I going to showcase the painting? Yes, let me show you the painting. That's another thing that I wanted to show off. I haven't yet gotten it a frame, but let me show you this painting, okay? So, some of you, wait, let me tell the backstory of the painting real quick. Some of you may recall that a couple of months ago, me and President Sunday and a couple of other content creators collaborated together to do a fundraiser for another content creator in this space by the name of Ducky Lucy Hayes. Lucy's mother was injured in a really unfortunate accident, and Lucy asked me and a couple other people if we would be willing to help out, you know, get the word out. And we decided that actually we would rather help out by doing a full-on fundraiser. Now, we raised all of the money necessary for Lucy's mother to be able to recover without having to worry about finances. I am incredibly proud of what we set up together, but I'm also incredibly proud of what you all did. And I wanted to tell you that Lucy's mom sent me a very unique gift, and I'm about to show that to you because it just arrived the other day. I don't have a frame for it yet, but I have it here, and I'm going to show it to you. Hold on one second. Very gentle. This is a canvas painting that was done by Lucy's mother, and it is beautiful. This is a painting of a forest and a pond in winter near where Lucy and her mother live. And it is, I love this painting. And this is one of the best gifts I've ever received. My God, it is just amazing. I'm going to be getting it framed, and it's going to be hanging up in my house probably for the rest of my entire life. I just wanted to show it and let you guys see all of the beautiful details because I think it is wonderful. You can see the trees and the light shining through them. You can see the little creatures on the pond. It's amazing. And it is currently being safely stored in my studio. It has a dedication as well, and it is amazing. Lucy, if you want to, please share your mom's art profile. If you want to, it's up to you. You can drop that in chat. But this was an incredible gift. something that I did not expect to receive in return, but a truly the greatest thing that you can receive as a return favor for helping someone out. Somebody sending you a painting, like someone sending me something that was handmade, is genuinely one of the most, it's what I live for. It is the type of gift that makes me keep on living. It's the type of gift that keeps me inspired to keep making things myself. Knowing that somebody made something so beautiful and was willing to give that to me, it was, I can't even express myself fully on it. It is amazing. Yeah. Just thought that you would love to see it with your own eyes. Yeah. It's part of a series of my mom going for walks and sort of painting how she felt and what she saw. I think that's amazing, and I think it captures, to me, it's very nostalgic. That painting reminds me of what it looked like to walk at night in winter back in my home state. When I was younger, I used to go for walks at night a lot. When I was younger, I've mentioned this before, that I was part of a Christian cult, that I felt very isolated from the rest of the world. And when I was younger, I would go out, you know, when it was snowy. I would like to go out when I could find solitude to think about things. And the painting has, since the moment I saw it, it has always evoked those emotions for me. So there's a connection there that's very strong, and yeah, it's important to me. So I really love it. A beautiful painting, and again, just thank you so much to Ducky Lucy Hayes and Lucy's mom, and also thank you to all of you who helped make the fundraiser happen, because you really did work a miracle. Unironically, it's one of the things that that sort of thing is the sort of thing that in these spaces, it gives me hope. It gives me hope that these spaces can actually be used for good. The fact that we have been able to, not just once, but multiple times now, provide direct aid to people who needed it, people who were connected to us, people who were connected to this community and who needed help, that we've been able to assist them. Obviously, we can't fix every problem. We can't fund every single GoFundMe, but the fact that we've been able to make a few of them happen, that we've been able to alleviate people's suffering and make people feel safe, is a genuine miracle, and something that you, myself, President Sunday, President Sunday's community, and everybody else involved should be proud of, because it is genuinely one of the few good things that happens, like unequivocally good things that happens in these spaces. Yeah, so, yeah. Somniostatic says, as Yoda once said, do or do not, there is only try. There is, I mean, in truth, there is only try. We don't control the outcomes of everything that we do, but we can put our best in, and we can try our absolute hardest. Failure is not the end of the world. Failure is, in fact, only the beginning of a new path. Not to be all Jedi on you to start out the Star Wars arc as well. But yeah. Nuts, it's good to see you. You know, Nuts, you know what's funny, Nuts? I thought of you while I was away. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got to talk about that. Lucy, I'm so sorry I forgot about that. Message me about that again, and we'll talk about that, because absolutely. Nuts, you have been a member of this community for a long time, and I just wanted to say, you're appreciated, even though sometimes you really make me mad. You've been a member of this community a really long time, and despite everything, I'm always happy to see you in chat. So there's some, I actually unironically was like, you know, I bet Nuts is missing stream right about now. And as it turns out, maybe I was right. Maybe Nuts was missing stream. So. The Gray Jedi confirmed. I don't even know what a Gray Jedi is, but I can guess by the name. I suggest you check out Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, baby, will I be checking out Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Don't you worry. I am already a big fan of Knights of the Old Republic, and I am really looking forward to playing through those again. I can't wait. Wait, I have played Jedi Academy. I've played Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. I can't even tell you how much I played Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, and Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, I think is the second one, right? I always get the titles mixed up. But I played the absolute hell out of those games when I was younger. So, are you aware of Luke Skywalker? No. That sounds very silly. Have you played the MMO? I haven't. I haven't. I should check out Dredge. Oh, yes, I wanted to check out Dredge. Dredge was one of the games I wanted to check out. It looks awesome. Okay, I'm going to put this on my watch later because I saw some things about this before, but I really wanted to check out this game. Hell yeah. Luke is Legends canon? Oh my god. Wait, Demon Mama, question since you've been playing Fallen Order. Does it require you to fuck with EA account shit if you bought it on Steam? I got it for like $5 a week or two back, and I'll refund it if I have to make a fucking EA account. I think you do have to have an EA account to play it. I'm very sorry about that. But I don't know for sure, actually. I think it does. Unfortunately, yeah, I hate that shit. But to be fair, this one is pretty low intrusion. Since they moved to EA, the EA account versus the Origin was terrible to deal with. But the EA one is pretty smooth. I just hate it. Oh, apparently you don't need an EA account if you play it on console. Okay. Will you be reporting on what Michael Nowell said? Yes, we have a lot to talk about. We haven't even begun the politics for today. We have so much politics. But I have to talk about one more thing, everybody. I have to talk about one more thing, which is I got to talk about Star Wars Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, is that? I always forget the title. Yeah, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order by EA. I gotta talk about that real quick. My lovely imps, I have been playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and I got a bone to pick with all of you out there. And I don't mean you, my imps, my direct viewers. I mean the people out there in the world, especially those who haven't liked my video yet. Press like and definitely press subscribe because I got a lot of cool ass content coming your way. But also, I got a bone to pick. And the bone that I have to pick with all of you is that who the hell told me that this game was a Souls-alike? Because a lot of people have told me that Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is a Souls-alike. And I'm like, oh, well, that's weird. I'm pretty picky about Souls games. And also, I was a little tired of Star Wars games, and so I didn't check it out when it came out. And everybody was like, it's Souls-like, it's Souls-like, it's Souls-like. Motherfucker, no it is not. It is not Souls-like. It's a Sekiro-alike. And any of you who said it was Souls-like, I don't believe that you've ever actually played a Souls game. And some of you might be going, oh, well, Sekiro is also made by FromSoft. But you're incorrect in that while it is made by FromSoft, Sekiro is barely like a Souls game, okay? Sekiro is its own whole thing with a totally different playstyle in basically every single way. There's only really one mechanic that carries over, which is the, you know, the drink mechanic. When you die, you get more drinks that let you heal. That is basically the only thing that carries over to Sekiro. Sekiro otherwise has a totally different system of maps, has a totally different combat style, and this game is not a Souls-like. It's a Sekiro-alike, and it's a Sekiro-alike in a lot of ways. I mean, a lot of ways. Like, I was shocked at how much like Sekiro it was, down to the fact, no spoilerinos for a game that's been out for forever, but it even has the Mibu breathing technique. In this game, they call it the rebreather, but a core part of Sekiro is that at one point in the game, you get the ability to dive underwater, and you have to go back and revisit areas that you swam through the water before, and you can dive in. And this game has the exact same thing. You jump in the water, when you get the ability, you can dive down, and there's treasures and stuff inside the water. It's a Sekiro-alike. And it's actually a sick-ass Sekiro-alike. It's really goddamn good. And I was impressed. The combos, the battle, the way that the battle system work is designed around deflections and precision dodges. So you're supposed to be timing your blocks so that you deflect people's abilities. You're playing as a space samurai, and that is so much cooler than... Not that I'm against the idea of a Star Wars Souls-like, but when I heard Star Wars Souls-like, I was like, okay, so does that mean I get to choose different weapons? Does that mean I'm gonna start with like a shock stick and later on I'm gonna get like a lightsaber, or I'm gonna do blasters, or I'm gonna have to spec into magic, which will be like force powers? No, this game is like Sekiro. You advance through the game, almost the progression through the game is just like Sekiro's advancement. You start with a single sword, you end up with a double sword, then you end up with being able to dual wield your swords in a crazy fashion. It's awesome. Now, it's not a perfect game, so I can't give it like a 10 out of 10 review, but I gotta say, I've been having an absolutely fantastic time with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. And especially an aspect that I did not think that I was going to enjoy, that I ended up enjoying a lot, which is the exploration. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is not an open world game. The levels are sort of crafted more like a Metroidvania than anything else. You will revisit zones that you've been through throughout the game with new abilities that you find throughout. And in fact, the map is pulled straight out of Metroid Prime, which I was also very surprised by that you get like a 3D map that tells you like what you've missed, and it marks things that you might be able to come back to later when you have a different ability. But the exploration aspect of the game is super, super fun. So let me explain a little bit of the reason why I like it so much. I'm gonna do this by being a little bit mean to some open world games. Some of you have probably played some of the Ubisoft, open world games. And I'm gonna pick on Ubisoft a little bit. They can handle it. They're a big mega corporation. You guys have probably played the Assassin's Creed, the Far Cries, those types of games. And one of the things that they love to do in those games is that there are tons and tons and tons of things to find in the environment, but they're usually basically meaningless. They're like little silver birds that you find 100 of them in the map. You have to jump around the map, and they have tucked a little like origami bird in a corner, or like a coin, or like some weird thing like that. And there's just hundreds of them. There's like 6 different types of collectibles blasted throughout the environment. In this game, that is not the way that they go with it at all. There are indeed a lot of things hidden in the map, but all of them correspond to one of 3 things. They are either a cosmetic, or they are a story piece, or they are a sort of mix of the two, which is there is these sort of seeds that you can find. You have a garden on your ship in the game, and if you are very observant in the environment as you travel around, you will be able to pick certain tiny plants that are hidden in the environment and plant it in your garden, and over time the plants will grow, and you get a whole garden with plants from every single place that you've been. It is actually awesome. The fact that all of the collectibles in the environment are tied to something that is sort of unique to the game, something that actually affects the gameplay. The cosmetics are awesome. You get to dress your character up. You get a bunch of different lightsaber pieces that you can swap out. You get colors for your ship. You get colors for your little son. in this game, I feel like I'm jumping all over the place, but in this game you have a little robot son. You get to take care of your baby robot son. It's amazing. And you get to change the colors. The ponchos are ass. No, they are not. I'm sorry. Let me show you. Let me show you this. They are not ass. Especially the best one in the entire game, which is this one right here, okay? Oh, why can't I get the full picture? Hold on, I gotta get this one. Open the image. There we go. Take a look at this real quick, all right? This right here is the sickest poncho in the entire game. You cannot tell me that doesn't look sick as hell. This is called Free Kashyyyk. This is the flag of the Wookiee freedom fighters. It is so cool. It's so awesome. Just what an amazing, and it has a whole story tie-in and everything. All of the collectibles in Jedi Fallen Order are directly tied to the story of the universe. So basically, as you go through the world, you are finding these collectibles, and each collectible that you find gives you a piece of lore that is relevant to that place. It is capturing one of the coolest aspects of Star Wars, which is of course the diversity of planets and locales. One of the most fun things about Star Wars has always been that you have a whole galaxy full of strange planets and different cultures and aliens and creatures and environments. And in this game, you get to just go to those places and find and climb into small locations that you wouldn't have expected and find lore about those places. It is so cool. And I love it. I absolutely love that you're incentivized to find all of these little secrets in the world because they give you more and more of the story. It is awesome. The other thing that's really cool is, the other one that's really, really cool is, the other part of this that's really cool is that the collectibles give you experience. You guys know how in like Dark Souls games that you find like lost soul of a nameless knight, soul of a fallen hollow, soul of a noble warrior, and those are like the experience items that are sort of hidden around the environment to be loot. Well, in this game, they just kind of cut out the middleman, and any time that you find a cool item in the environment, you get a tidbit of lore and you get a burst of experience, which is so cool. That's so much cooler. That's just so awesome. Instead of having like all of these random little nameless collectibles that you get a piece of lore that is relevant to the story. You usually get a cosmetic with it, and you get some experience. Super, super cool. But let me talk about the thing that you're all here for, okay? You're all here for the hot takes. So everybody always loves hearing my media hot takes. And I'm about to tell you about the hottest hot take that I can possibly have about Jedi Fallen Order. And some of you are going to all roll your eyes. But I am sold on this. So there's no way you can convince me otherwise, okay? Which is Jedi Fallen Order is a story about autistic found family. No joke, no joke. It is unironically about a ship full of traumatized autistic people finding a family together. It is, now, the writing is not perfect. The dialogue is not the greatest in the universe, and the story is not like the deepest thing in the entire world, but it is so about that. It is about a bunch of people who have been completely traumatized and disabused by a horrible empire that treats people like machines. It is about a bunch of people who cannot fit into that order. Whether it's your main character, who is a literal, like a Padawan who had to flee because of Order 66. It is about a poor pilot who got himself in trouble with gambling. It is about a former Jedi who dipped into the dark side and made a horrible mistake that she's struggling to overcome. And it is about a tiny robot who is the nicest and kindest creature that has ever existed. It is so great. And for the first like 60% of the game, all of these people who have found each other are clinging to each other desperately. Your pilot greets your main character, Cal. I always forget his last name. Cal Kestis. Your main character, Cal Kestis, Siri, and BD1, your little robot. They're all stuck together because they have nobody else in the universe. They are literally the only ones, as far as they know, who are sticking together. And they're not nice to each other. In fact, they hurt each other constantly. For like half of the story of this game is them basically having to work through their traumas, the things that have made them bad at communicating with one another, the things that have made them isolated from one another. And none of them are good at like communication. They've all been isolated and disabused by the Empire. And as the game goes on, they slowly learn how to talk to each other. They slowly learn how to literally how to not trigger each other, how to make each other feel okay and feel safe. And by the end of the game, you get the idea that they've actually overcome these things that were blocking them. Literally, it's really cool because there's a tie. We call this a Ludo narrative, you know, the story told through the gameplay. But a part of the gameplay is that you have lost connection with the Force and that you are blocked off. You have walls up that prevent you from connecting with the Force. And as you reconnect to the Force, you are also able to emotionally reconnect with the people in your ship, with these other people who are in a similar situation. They're all good in their hearts. They're really good people in their hearts, but they struggle to communicate with one another and they struggle to understand one another's unique perspective. And as each character sort of opens up, but especially your main character opens up to the Force, so too are they able to open up emotionally to one another. And it actually works really, really well. And I loved it, of course, because I'm a sucker for stuff like that. But it was, I was surprised by how much that was a part of the story, how much this like found family story was a part of the narrative, and it's handled quite maturely. The characters, like, it's not just kind of like, you said something I don't like, that makes me sad. It's more like, these people have very good reasons for feeling the way that they do, and they have to overcome the difficulty that they have in communicating with one another. They have to overcome these seemingly impossible gulfs, these walls that have been built up for very good reasons in order to learn how to connect harmoniously, and they do so. And it's really good. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, that's something that I really, really love. I haven't beaten the game yet, so it's possible that there's parts of the end of the game that I don't like all that well, but I'm a pretty good way through the game, and I was really impressed with the direction that this goes. Another thing that I really liked is that this game has a lot of shared genetics with regard to how it views the universe of Star Wars with Andor, which, as all of you should know, Andor is, in my opinion, the true masterwork of the Star Wars universe. It is the best piece of Star Wars media, in my opinion, especially politically. This game, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, the way that it looks at the Empire and the way that it depicts the Empire, you are sort of brought from planet to planet, and you have to sort of witness firsthand the ravages of what Empire looks like, of why, and each place is different, but you see society after society devastated. And the cool thing is that not all of the societies that are like, that have been devastated by the Empire are like the best places that have ever existed. Like, I mean, for example, at one point you go to Dathomir, which is like a warrior culture where they use dark magic to raise the dead, and they have a culture that's based around like ritual humiliation and death. And that place is not good, but you go there and you see that it's only been made worse by an empire that tried to intervene and literally genocided the people there. So the story has this like very on the ground, look at what an empire does. Look at what this horrible structure does to every single place that it touches. And I like that. One of the things that I find, there's another aspect about that before I move on, which is one of the main characters in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is a Jedi historian. And he's a great character. I don't want to spoil too much, but the sort of core story is that he left the Jedi Order, and you don't really know why he left the Jedi Order to begin with. He left before the Purge happened. And you find out that the reason why he left was because he was appealing to the Jedi Council for basically the ability to go and talk to and research Force-sensitive cultures. But he was shut down, and he was continually shut down because the Jedi Order was obsessed with preserving only the history of the Jedi Order. That they were so obsessed with their own religious practices, they were so obsessed with their own way, their own relationship with the Force, that they ignored 3 separate Force-sensitive races, none of which were a part of the Jedi Order, and yet all of which had a connection to the Force. And I love that. I love that part, because I feel like one of the biggest problems with Star Wars as a whole is that people fixate on the Jedi because they're cool guys with swords, and they forget that there's this entire other universe, that there's the draw of Star Wars is the idea that there is a rebellion of completely diverse people who have all come together to fight back against a totalizing, crushing, choking, universalizing empire. All these different cultures, and some of them don't even agree with each other. Like, I mean, there's all kinds of factions that are infighting among the rebels. They don't always agree with each other on everything, but that they've come together to fight this empire. And I feel like this game does a really good job of deliberately, despite being about Jedi, deliberately making you go through and connect with all of these different cultures and all of these different planets in the universe of Star Wars, and discover for yourself some of the fallbacks or the drawbacks of the, or I should say, maybe the better word is shortcomings of the Jedi Order. I love it. And I love that aspect of it. So I have very high praise for this game. And that's all just from the story angle. From the gameplay angle, it is not quite as deep in combat as a game like Sekiro, but it is very satisfying. It's very punchy. The Force powers feel good. The boss fights are really good. I love the boss fights. The boss fights are very hard. Excuse me. I am playing on the hard difficulty, so I'm sure that some of the boss fights are easier if you're playing on like the lower difficulties, but there's another difficulty. There's like a hardcore difficulty above the one that I'm playing. I'm not playing on the hardest difficulty, but the boss fights are very intense and they're really well designed. They are, they have multi-phases, kind of like a Dark Souls boss fight, but they're very much, they're like focused duels. You are going to be paying close attention. You are going to be learning your opponent's fighting style. You need to learn their style and you need to adapt accordingly. There have been so many fights where I've had to completely change the way that I was approaching fights because that's what that fight demands of you, which is very similar to Sekiro. If any of you have played Sekiro out there, Sekiro is basically about that. It is about adapting to the opponent that you are fighting in the moment. You have to learn their style. You have to be very observant. You have to see the way that they fight, learn their fighting style, and then adapt in order to defeat it. And there's not really any like cheese tactics. A lot of the things in Dark Souls, of course, I love Dark Souls, huge fan of Dark Souls, but in Dark Souls, there's lots of ways that you can kind of just, and this is fun. I'm not saying this is a better or worse thing. It's just a different thing. In Dark Souls games, you can figure out a magic combo that'll basically deck every single boss in the game with few exceptions. You can figure out a sword combo move that will let you basically clap any boss that you fight without ever having to really change your tactics. That is not the case in Sekiro. In Sekiro, you have to learn those fights. And that is also the same way in Jedi Fallen Order. You need to learn the style of the opponent that you are fighting at that moment, or you will just die over and over and over again. And I like that. I think that's really satisfying because it forces you to basically live the fantasy of a lightsaber battler. You have to go, oh my god, I'm gonna get shredded if I don't pay attention. And they're very punishing. On the hard difficulty, enemies will kill you in a couple of hits. You have to be very careful. You are incentivized to play defensively and to attack intelligently, which is awesome. So let me just give a quick summary and roundup. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, a fantastic game. Much more similar to Sekiro than any Souls game, despite what everybody will say. If you go read the reviews, people will tell you it's a Souls-like. It's not. It's more like a Sekiro. But also, incredibly satisfying story, incredibly satisfying boss fights, incredibly satisfying exploration. The level design is beautiful. Now, there's a few things I have to complain about. First of all, the first thing I have to complain about is collision. Unfortunately, the way that the maps are designed, there are some issues with collision. So you will unfortunately find yourself sometimes clipping through things that you should not have clipped through, falling through objects that you should be able to stand on, and also sometimes just completely glitching out. There's been a number of times where enemies have just knocked me into a tree trunk and I've been stuck inside of the tree trunk, and you just kind of have to wait until you get knocked out of the tree trunk again. There's also been a couple of moments where I've gone to open a treasure chest and my character just sort of sunk down to like chest level into the ground, and then I was just like moving around at chest level, phasing through the floor. And the collision, the map collision has some issues. It's not game breaking. It won't ruin your time with the game, but it is something you will encounter if you play the game. The other complaint that I have is there are these really silly sliding sections in the game. I do not know what they were thinking with this, but throughout the game there is like literally like 20 or 30 segments where you're basically like skating down like a muddy path or an icy river. And they are not good at all. There is nothing going on in them. You just slide in a direction and occasionally you press jump. They suck. I'm sorry. They're not, again, it doesn't make the game unenjoyable. They're just pointless. And they feel like a time waster, because every time you encounter one, you're just kind of like sliding down this like boring slip and slide until you get to the bottom. And they suck. They're just bad. And finally, my final complaint is enemy variety towards the end of the game. Early on in the game, the enemy variety is spot on. You fight a whole bunch of stormtroopers, but you are also fighting like wild animals. There's a bunch of like empowered versions of wild animals that you will challenge. The animal fights all have unique and distinct styles. Fighting the stormtroopers is really fun. The stormtroopers are idiots. And oh, this is something I should say. The stormtroopers have like 200 different lines recorded for them. It's awesome. Every time you encounter stormtroopers, they will, if they're not aware of your presence, they will chat back and forth and they say the goofiest shit. I absolutely love it. But also, some of the stormtroopers are like, they have lines that make them super cowardly. Some of them are super boastful. There was this really great one, which was like, literally, it was like, I was fighting a stormtrooper and he's like, I will not fall to a Jedi. And then I literally just force pushed him off the map and he just goes, ah! And you just get like this funny, he's like, I'll never fall to a Jedi. Whoosh, just like right off the map. Amazing. The number of lines that the stormtroopers have is fantastic. Unironically, it's great. It's awesome to hear all of the stupid lines that the stormtroopers say. So good. And there's a lot of variety of types of stormtroopers early on. However, once you get to the end of the game and you're going back and revisiting the levels, for some reason, they filled all of the levels with the same copy-pasted duo of enemies. It is a bounty hunter and a robot. And when you revisit the levels, these, the robot bounty hunter combo are literally like you encounter one almost on every stage. It is so dumb. They're just over and over and over the same bounty hunter robot, bounty hunter robot, bounty hunter robot over and over and over again. And it's no good. They have like 2 variants, but you fight them so many times that it's not good. Yeah. Now, like I said, this only really becomes a problem towards the end of the game because early on you will encounter a huge diversity of enemies. It's just that as you get into the final chapter of the game, it would have been really nice for them to introduce some new Imperial enemies. Something other than just bounty hunter robot, bounty hunter robot, bounty hunter robot. Because they do mix in enemies all over the place, and some of the fights are really creative. Like, one of the things that they do on Kashyyyk is that they give you these like jungle arena like things where you'll like land on like a treetop, and then there will be like 2 spiders, a slug, 6 bugs, a bunch of stormtroopers, and they all fight each other, which is really cool. There's a ton of enemy infighting. The stormtroopers and the animals infight. The stormtroopers and you sometimes get Wookiees on your team that infight. You can hack robots, and then the robots will fight each other. The enemy infighting is awesome. But once you get to the end of the game, you just fight a lot of robot bounty hunter, robot bounty hunter, robot bounty hunter, and that kind of sucks. Yeah, the Empire outsourced due to lack of funds. So those are my downsides for the game, okay? So I'm going to go back through everything. Excellent story, absolutely beautiful environment design, extremely fun boss fights, and really, really good exploration. Downsides, bugs, enemy variety towards the end of the game, and, wait, what was the other thing that I said? Oh yeah, and sliding segments. They suck. All in all, though, highly, highly recommend Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I almost said Jedi Outcast. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I think you will enjoy it if you like the Star Wars universe at all. I think it's one of the stronger entries. I find it very fun, especially if you find lore-based exploration interesting, which I do. I love lore-based exploration. I will 100% a game, and it looks like I might actually 100% this game. I spent all of this morning before stream thinking about what I was going to talk about on stream, and then 100%ing one of the planets. So it's looking like I'm going to end up 100%ing this game, but yeah, it's really good. I really strongly recommend it. I would say, like, I don't really give numerical stuff, but I would consider it a very good game in my opinion. You should check it out. And also, you should press like on the stream right now. Press like and make sure that you subscribe. All of you who are new here today, I do all kinds of really cool media reviews. I'm entering into the Star Wars arc. I've become kind of obsessed with Star Wars recently, again, after a long time of being burned out on Star Wars. So if you like Star Wars, you should press subscribe because you're going to get to see a lot of really cool Star Wars reviews that are very politically oriented. I talk about politics. I'm a very political person, so if you're interested in discussing the politics and the ins and outs of Star Wars, check it out and stick around. Yeah. All right, so that's that. There you go, everybody. Awesome. Dark Souls series marathon on stream win? Eventually. I really want to do a full playthrough of the Dark Souls series on stream, but I've been very busy this year, so we'll see when I get a chance to do that. But yeah. Arlo says, I dislike Star Wars, mostly how the modern stuff reduced a lot of the complex philosophy into sort of a typical good guy, bad guy story. Oh, don't get me wrong. The Disney Star Wars trilogy, in my opinion, kind of massively sucks. And I liked The Last Jedi, the one that was done by Rian Johnson, but oh my goodness, does the new trilogy really suck. They are just, whoo boy, they're weak. Hot take, Last Jedi did nothing wrong. The Last Jedi did some things wrong, but not as much as people give it shit for. People really hated on The Last Jedi, but The Last Jedi was actually a really enjoyable story, and I actually really liked what they did with it. People's reasons for hating The Last Jedi are usually go woke, go broke, and or I don't like that they made Luke a burnout. But I actually think it was cool that Luke was a burnout. I actually think that was a really, it's an interesting thing to do with Luke's character. I like Luke a lot, but it makes sense that given the other context, of course, the rest of the story doesn't make any fucking sense anyway. The Star Wars Rise of Skywalker is terrible, and we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, so don't tempt me now, but anyway. Yeah, Last Jedi has flaws. For example, there's so much silly so much silly stuff that's like inconsequential. Like I feel like the whole like Canto Bite scenes are like very redundant and kind of boring. But yeah. Yeah. It defeats Luke's original arc, but it was the only path available. Yeah, and yes and no. Like the thing is that like Luke's arc in the old school like extended universe is that he becomes like God basically. It's hard to like, I don't know, like could they have done that? Yeah, but then you end up with the problem of like making the second trilogy all about Luke again. You don't want a new trilogy to be all about the character from the previous trilogy. Luke already had his story. In the extended universe, he becomes the avatar of the Force. He literally becomes a godlike entity, and then I don't know. I think it makes sense to have him have a different arc. I think it makes sense to have him feel defeated by the fact that like the Empire manages to persist even after even after being exposed for what it is. Like I don't know. I think it makes sense. Themic in YouTube chat with the $5. Thank you very much. The Last Jedi was the worst of the three without mentioning Holdo or Luke. If I wasn't at work, I'd write a book in chat to explain. Well, maybe we can talk about that when I get to those movies, because I will do and post a full review of these where we can argue in the comments and go back and forth. Also, Val96 with the $100. Thank you very, very much. It's incredibly, incredibly generous. Thank you very, very much. I don't actually know what that currency is, but thank you very, very, very much for that. I deeply appreciate the support. Oh yeah, JS23 says the Palpatine base boost zap in Rise of Skywalker was unintentionally hilarious. I'm not kidding you. When he does the Vine Boom lightning in Rise of Skywalker, the entire room of people that I was watching it with 4 other people, everybody started cracking up laughing. It was one of the most unintentionally hilarious moments of Star Wars. Just incredible. And they thought it was going to be epic and cool, and it was so dumb. It was literally like a Vine Boom. He's just like, ah, boom! And it's just so, I wish I had the Vine Boom on my soundboard right now. It's just so dumb. So bad. God, it was so bad. I can't wait to do a proper review of Star Wars Rise of Skywalker on stream, because that movie did genuine mental damage to my brain. All right, everybody. That's it for the Star Wars segment for today. We have to talk about politics, everybody. Remember how I said that this stream was going to be about a schism in the far right? Well. We're about to talk about that. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Okay. Oh. Star Wars does have politics, but we can't spend all day on Star Wars. We talked about Star Wars for a long time, and we will talk about it more in the future. But we have to talk about something incredibly, incredibly funny. Yeah. We have to talk about something incredibly funny. Because, okay, how do I start this? Hey, Demon Mama, do you like New York City? I love New York City. I've been to New York City many times. It's very beautiful. Arlo says, if you want to hear something deranged, I'm working on a fuckability list for all FromSoft NPCs, bosses, and enemies. It might get to 2,000 pages long. Might be good stream content once it's finished. Holy shit. That is wild. I wish you the best of luck. JKK One of a Kind says, God, Andor is so frickin' based. I can't get over it. Yes! One final thing on Star Wars before we move on to the real world politics. Andor is amazing. If you are here and you are even the slightest bit politically interested, which I know you are if you're watching my stream, obviously you're interested in politics. You need to go see Andor right now. Andor, the best way that I can describe Andor on a political level is that Andor is via the world of Star Wars, an exploration of like 9 different philosophies of left-wing revolution. Not even just left-wing, but especially fixated on left-wing resistance and revolution. The entire show goes through and analyzes all of these different types and puts them all together and tries to teach you a little bit about all of them. It's fucking amazing. You need to go see Andor right now. It is incredible. Not only that, but the acting is amazing. The music is fucking incredible. The costuming is amazing. It is a 10 out of 10. My single favorite piece of Star Wars media is Star Wars Andor Season 1. You need to go watch it. It is genuinely incredible. 10 out of 10. Yep. We will go through Andor in full in good time, so don't you worry. Saiyan Apprentice 095 says, Andor is a great show, but screw the chatter who brought it up. Please end the Star Wars stunlock. It's not a Star Wars stun. You'd best start believing in Star Wars arcs. You're in one. I'm not kidding you. I am the one who had to suffer from getting re-addicted to Star Wars thanks to Star Wars Andor. So you all are in here with me. You're trapped in here with me. It's true, Gayfesh. You did technically do this to me. This is your fault, Gayfesh. But you can claim credit as well because this is going to be poggers, okay? The Star Wars arc is going to be awesome and we're all going to have a very good time with it because I'm going to drop some mega hot takes and it's going to trigger the fuck out of everyone. There's going to be battle in the Discord. People are going to be fighting and shooting blasters and swinging their fake lightsabers and going, they're going to be doing all of that shit left and right all over the place. People are going to be, people are going to be throwing their fucking baby Yodas up and down. They're going to be jumping up and down and screaming. It's gonna be amazing, okay? That's a good Wookiee. I can do better, but thank you. Fucked this shit is.
Bazinga.
All right, everybody. All right. Oh. Okay, it's time now. We have spent the first 2 hours of this stream having a great time talking about travel, talking about Star Wars, enjoying our time back together. But it is time for us to discuss the funniest shit that has happened in weeks on Twitter, okay? My lovely, lovely imps, there is a schism, a civil war among the right wing right now. And we've talked about some aspects of this on stream before, you know, here and there. But let me tell you, it is getting to chef's kiss levels of interesting, okay? Let me start by talking about infighting, okay? On this stream, the topic of infighting has come up a lot. And in fact, in recent memory, there has been a lot of discussions of what we will call left-wing infighting. As many of you know, I consider myself on the political left. My viewpoints are liberatory. Some people would call me, you know, I have a anarchist-inspired philosophy. Some people would say that I'm libertarian, like left libertarian, not obviously not right libertarian. That's literally an oxymoron. I don't really use any specific labels for myself, but my politics are very left-wing inspired. And so as a result, on this channel, we end up talking about left-wing infighting pretty frequently. And there's a lot of frustration to be had among left-wing infighting, right? You know, if you're on the left at all, even if you're a liberal, even if you don't consider yourself like far left or anything like that, you can probably acknowledge that left-wingers, you know, they sort of fight a lot. There's a lot of arguing and, I mean, hell, lefties even sometimes cancel each other. It gets pretty messy over on the left. And I've always taken the position that infighting is inevitable and completely natural. And it's especially totally natural on the left-wing side of things, because left-wing ideologies are generally liberatory, or at least they aspire to be liberatory. The goal of the left wing is for people to think freely, to be able to differ in opinions, and not have to fall in line behind a religious authority or a single political authority. It's natural that there's going to be some infighting. And what I usually say is that we should avoid being lethal in our infighting. And you know, I've been on record on this channel talking about how when people say, oh, the left infights worse than the right, oh, you guys are fucking stupid, the left wing, they're gonna kill each other worse than the right will, the left is always seized with infighting, I always have to tell people, whoa, 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 slow the hell down there, Buccarino. Whoa there, partner. Let's have a talk about infighting on the right. Because let me tell you, no, they fucking don't. The left does not infight more than the right. The left just infights more publicly, usually, than the right. And I say usually because, can I remind you, just real quick, hold on there, Hugo. Whoa there, buddy, pal, tiger. Do you guys not remember the history of Christian religious warfare? Do you guys not remember the fact that, like, every single Christian church in America belongs to a different delineation, a different, what do they call them, a denomination? Right-wingers love nothing more than to fight with each other. They're just very lethal about it. Okay, let's talk about it that way, because in the right, if you step out of line, you're not just having a difference of opinion. You're usually going to be disagreeing with God, okay? A lot of the right is religious. Even the secular part of the right are often at the end of the day still appealing to religious authority or some sort of religious-like authority. We'll talk about that more in the future. We're going to see some of that in just a minute. And you have to remember that there's a little bit more offense to be had if you are defying the absolute will of God or the absolute will of God's chosen prophet or the absolute will of God's chosen denomination than there is if you disagree. No matter how much people make fun of the left for canceling each other or for, you know, morally policing each other, the right wing basically invented sectarianism. There is nothing more like historically ridiculous than looking at what far-right authoritarian sects have done to one another in the name of their God. I mean, do you guys want to look into like far-right hyper-conservative like Islamic infighting? You want to look at far-right highly conservative Hindu infighting? It gets bad. every single far-right, hyper-traditionalist conservative religion, they gotta purge the ones who aren't good, and they do it all the time. Okay, just remember that. And we're actually going through something similar in the United States right now. What we're going to be talking about today is, of course, very funny, but it's necessary to be able to understand the broader picture in order to enjoy what the core issue that we're talking about today. So let's just, I guess, you know what? Let's talk about this, and then we're gonna sort of jump outwards and analyze some of the other aspects of this very, very silly situation that's going on. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a couple of tweets here real quick for us to enjoy, because have any of you heard of a right-wing YouTuber by the name of The Quartering? I have. I've heard of The Quartering. Let me show you what The Quartering looks like. The Quartering is a YouTuber who goes by the name of Jeremy, and his channel looks something like this. This is The Quartering's channel, okay? He's got this beard guy, and all of his channels look kind of like this. He's kind of known for having a very, let's just call it, he has a very unique thumbnail style. Elon Musk forced to use bodyguards in the bathroom as Twitter mocks him. Daily Wire expertly capitalizes on woke Hershey's ad. Go woke, go broke. Jimmy Kimmel's insane meltdown. Journalists rage. Teacher forces 9-year-old to be trans. Okay. The new quote-unquote woman. Hershey's disgusting new ad. Race swap Peter Pan destroyed. And of course, this guy right here who you see moving on the screen is The Quartering. The Quartering is also famous, of course, for pissing in his basement on stream after getting drunk. That he pissed in the drain on the floor of his basement while he was streaming because he likes to get really drunk while he's streaming, and sometimes he just can't hold his bladder anymore. So he just sort of pisses wherever he's standing, which, very, very advanced behavior from these right-wingers. Anyway, The Quartering has been a sort of figurehead. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention. Can we just take a look real quick? This guy has 1.49 million subscribers and 6.1 thousand videos uploaded, okay? 1.5 million subscribers on his main channel and 6,000 videos uploaded, okay? That's a big channel. The Quartering is huge. His channel is enormous. Also, The Quartering is, of course, very closely associated with another very, very large, let's call them, we'll charitably call them a pop culture podcast called Geeks and Gamers. We're not even going to get into that whole rat's nest, but Geeks and Gamers is enormous and very well known. So The Quartering is not a small fry when it comes to right-wing influencers. He's not a small fry when it comes to YouTube influencers. He's a pretty big guy. I'm not insulting his weight, as you can tell. I'm nice and chubby myself. I just mean that he's big as far as YouTube is concerned. Just to be clear, so nobody feels like I'm picking on him or anything like that. Did he also shit his pants? Is that true? Did he shit his pants? Well, maybe he shit his pants. I'm hearing reports that he may have also shit his pants. The important part is that The Quartering is leaving the right. That's right, The Quartering. The guy who's sort of known for being the right-wing Star Wars, Marvel, DC guy is fucking leaving the right. Now, to be fair, it's actually more that he's claiming that the right left him. But it's the same basic thing. He's doing the same thing that people do when they say, why I left the left, except he's doing it for the right. Let me just show you some examples of this, okay? Hold on, let me just show you this. Let me bring up all of the photos that I have of this because there's so many and it's spread across so many different things. Here we go. Oops. Oops. Got to make sure these are up. Here we go. This is the first set of tweets that we're going to look at, okay? Here you go right here, okay? Enjoy. Oops. I got to move these. Well, here we go. I am 100% out on this new conservative push. Be mad about it. Spurg in my replies. I won't see it. There are dozens of creators you can follow for the charade that you seek. I am not going to pretend just to maintain a paycheck. This is a very bad road to take, and I am out. It doesn't get more blatant than that. He's done. He is done with the right as far as he's concerned. The new conservative, Jeremy, the quartering, the famous basement pisser, is done with it. And why, you might ask? Well, let's find out. First off, there are loads of mid-level creators jumping on board because they are afraid of the backlash, and I don't blame them. I am taking plenty of heat, but I am very lucky and blessed that I don't need to worry about it. My viewers know who I am. I don't need to fake it. And then he says this, I've outed 3 major conservative creators and people still demand more. How many of these folks were liminal order folks? Ha 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 ha. I am taking shit right out in front, kid. Right out in public. Now you might be wondering, what do you mean by outing people? Do you mean outing? Do you mean that the quartering has gone scorched earth and has decided to literally out people on his side? And the answer is yes. Now, let me just take a moment to remind you what a lot of people on the right think about gay people and think about trans people. Well, of course, on the right, most people on the right don't actually think that trans people are people. They think that they are somehow less than people. They might not always say it exactly like that, but they will imply it very heavily. They will say, oh, trans people are all delusional and mentally ill. You shouldn't play into their delusions. They'll say all kinds of garbage like this, and they never actually provide an argument for why that's the case. Of course, as they themselves are unbelievably hypocritical about gender themselves. They do whatever the fuck they want, which we're going to get into here. But yeah, they don't treat them very well. And of course, when you go to the far right, they hate gay people. The people that we're going to talk about today, specifically Mike Chernovich, Jack Posobiec, and Elijah Schaffer, are some of the most heinously anti-gay people in the far right movement. They are openly anti-gay. They do not believe in gay marriage. They believe, in their own words, that it is an affront to God. They believe that you are going to hell if you are gay. They believe that you deserve to be punished if you are gay. They believe that you deserve to be marginalized if you are gay. These people are demented, okay? Elijah Schaffer himself is a neo-Nazi. And yes, I am comfortable in making that accusation. Of course, you can never truly prove what is in someone's mind, but Elijah Schaffer platforms neo-Nazis. He openly does the Jewish question on his channel. These are wild people, okay? These people have extreme views. And what the quartering is alleging is that they're all a bunch of hypocrites. So let's start with the first one. Here we go down here. Mike Chernovich loves trans cock. Now you might go, well, what's wrong with liking trans cock? And of course, there's absolutely nothing with liking trans cock. I, of course, love trans cock, and I'm sure many of you in my audience do as well. And if you don't, you probably will in the future. It's wonderful. Some of the best cocks in the world belong to trans people. Let me tell you, I can assure you of that, okay? But see, Mike Chernovich, his entire grift has been anti-trans for a very, very, very long time, okay? I mean, like, virulently anti-trans. So it is a bit weird that Mike Chernovich, this guy who is super, super anti-trans, would also secretly want to slurp on that fucking rod. They want to just guzzle that trans dick. It is interesting. And of course, Jeremy doesn't leave out the receipts. In fact, Mike Chernovich wrote an entire article about sucking trans cock. Do people not do an ounce of research? Which is amazing. And of course, this is a screenshot. I am not going to read this entire article, but it is a screenshot of a detailed story of Mike Chernovich having sex with a trans woman and sucking cock. The guy who supposedly hates trans people, who thinks they're delusional, is of course himself obsessed with them. Not just on a political level, but on a sexual level. And that's something that you're going to come to realize, if you don't already know this about conservatives, that they have a psychosexual attachment to everything that their politics center around. This is, of course, something that people have pointed out all the time, where, you know, anti-gay preachers turn out to be gay, anti-trans people end up being trans themselves. They're in denial, and the way that they deal with it is by becoming virulently anti-gay to try and cover for themselves, or maybe even to convince themselves that, no, I'm not gay, I don't love cock, no, I don't want to get pounded by a trans dommy mommy, I don't want to be cuddled and held and then have my throat blown open by a giant trans cock. They desperately don't want you to know that. They desperately want to believe that it's not true about them, but of course, it is true. We can keep going here, of course. Yep, says the quartering, wife cheaters, fake religious, trans cock lovers. This is a large chunk of the right wing. Source, I've hung out with all of these people IRL. Ha 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 ha. Little bit demented. And of course, the quartering also says, lots of panic in my DMs. I don't care. I can't wait for tomorrow's live at 9 a.m. Now, we didn't see the live stream today. We might go check it out at some point. But he certainly said a lot on Twitter. Let's just put it that way. Let me just show you some more of these, because he kept going. This is barely even the beginning of him going hard on these people, okay? I grabbed a whole bunch of these, okay? Hold on. Let me just show you. Here we go. Here's another one. Ready? Twitter has been working overtime to gaslight me into questioning my own principles, but it's never been more clear to me that I am right. The left called me alt-right just a year ago, and now the right is calling me a leftist now. My positions have not even changed. Do you see what I mean about him saying, I'm leaving the right, but really, the right left me? Stay mad, get in my mentions and whine about how you're unfollowing, but the right-wing commentator space is full of godless, degenerate, this is a slur, obviously, trans-chasing, spouse-cheating, drug-addicted hypocrites who preach the exact opposite. You getting mad doesn't change this fact. Also, just keep an eye out on these view numbers and engagement numbers, okay? These got out to a lot of people. Remember how I mentioned the quartering is a huge channel? Well, the quartering going rogue is actually not very good for a lot of these people. We're going to talk about that some more. Let's keep going. Loads of right-wing commentators are either closeted gays or trans chasers. Look, I accept and support them, but many of these people you think are based and red-pilled love trans cock or just cock in general. Deal with it. Look up your based and red-pilled America First heroes and terms like cat boys. This is a direct call-out of Nick Fuentes. Of course, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi who was most recently sort of publicly associated with Kanye West, aka Ye West, going on an unhinged anti-Semitic rant in which he openly declared that he loved the Nazis and loved Hitler. And of course, at the time, his sort of manager for that was Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes also, just so that you know, publicly went on a definitely not a date with a Nazi catboy where they definitely did not fuck, even though they spent the night together. Nick Fuentes paid to have a gay catboy Nazi sex worker fly out to his house, paid for it, then spent the entire day flirting with him on camera, denying that they were actually flirting, touching each other, and then they disappeared for 8 hours to spend the night together. They definitely didn't have sex. And of course, there is literally hundreds of logs of Nick Fuentes on various Discords begging for catboy images, for gay catboy images. So that's what he's referring to right here. Yeah. Let's continue. Let's continue with what Quartering has to say here. Quartering says, the modern right wing, quote unquote, is controlled and psyoped. They are worse NPCs than the left. True! But that's always been true. The right are the biggest NPCs on the planet. How much more of an NPC can you be than saying, yes, my lord, I believe in it because my Lord told me to. The Lord in heaven has told me that it is good to have a child wife. And then you go, don't you think that's bad for the child? And they go, no, the Lord above has told me and it is not my place to question it. All right-wingers are fucking NPCs by their nature. It is in their nature to be an NPC. You don't want to be an NPC. That's why you're on the left. If you're watching this and you're a right-winger, get the fuck out of there because you don't want to be an NPC, do you? Or maybe you do. Guess what? Did you know that you can have more fun being somebody's submissive NPC-like drone baby? You can actually be horny and having a good time. You can have a hot lady smack you with a stick and tell you to go do your homework or to take care of your chores, and you can actually have fun without having to be a self-hating homophobe or a self-hating transphobe. The left just got you. The left's got you covered on all sides, my friends. All sides. Get the fuck out of the right. Let's continue. Most of these pundits love cocks. They love drugs. They love cheating on their spouses. If this makes you mad, then unfollow, lol. If you can't see the obvious, then there's nothing I can do to help you. If you want to get mad at me, you want to spurg out in my comments, well, I've seen it all. I've hung out with these people. I've partied with these people. They are not living in God's image. They are as degenerate as they pretend to fight. Ha 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 ha. And then, of course, this is Quartering directly picking on Elijah Schaffer. Elijah Schaffer having a complete and utter meltdown over a pride flag sticker, like pride flag packing tape on his box, and the Quartering is like, this looks like a bad Photoshop. I can't find a single other picture like this. Have you? Basically implying that Elijah Schaffer is just making it up. Here we go right here. And just so that I can remind people, I stand by my principles. Of course I want to protect kids, but the hyper-focus on trans shit, however, is exactly what they want you wasting time on. That's what's trending on Twitter, not Ukraine, not the Epstein list, not East Palestine, that. In case you haven't figured it out, I have finally realized that Twitter is pointless. No matter what the weird backlash that happens here, it literally doesn't matter. Boobs are what matter, not Twitter. Boobs will save the planet. Just cringe. And here's another one. This is what I am talking about. This is the new right. Notice that language. Sorry, it's a little hard to see up here. This is the new right. The fact that we disagree on this isn't a big deal to me. Why do you have to assume I'm drunk in order to possibly understand it? And then this person unsubscribes and they say, well, I'll live. So, Elijah Schaffer, Jack Posobiec, Nick Fuentes, and Mike Chernovich, all directly called out by the Quartering. The Quartering literally outing them all as gay. Not just gay, but also gay and also trans chasers to the entirety of his enormous audience. Absolutely fascinating times that we live in. And it's interesting to me. Now, I should be 100% clear about one thing real quick. Leaving the right does not mean that you have joined the left. In fact, we can just tell just by looking at the Quartering's videos. I don't think there's any chance that he's going to stop being fucking disgusting, okay? I don't think there's a single chance that this guy's gonna stop, like, being the same type of grifter that he has been. But I think it tells you something about the current state of the far right. They're in crisis. Yeah, he literally said, my fans know me and my content. He's not changing anything about the way that he goes around that. He's still going to be dick riding the shit out of Elon Musk. But what he has indicated is that he is willing to burn a large portion of his audience, which he sees as disgusting and insufferable. And I want to talk about that on a broader level because I've talked about this in the past. I've mentioned this in the past. I've mentioned how the secular Republicans, the right-wingers, the conservatives who are not all into the Jesus stuff, the ones who are kind of like mildly pretend to be okay with gay people are they're in a dangerous spot right now. A really dangerous spot right now because a bunch of factions of the far right are basically in the middle of what I would like to call a religious, like a psychotic fundamentalist revival. In the far right, in Trump's faction, Christian nationalism as a term, like that term specifically, Christian nationalism, is more popular now than it has ever been. And what that means, by the way, the ideology of Christian nationalism is the idea that you should have a leader essentially ordained by God to impose Christianity as the dominant culture and the dominant religion in the United States. They are a group of people who do not actually give a shit about anything that currently exists. They do not care about the Constitution. They will cite the Constitution only insofar as that they believe that it was written by godly men. They believe that the Constitution was written by God-believing men, but they don't actually believe in any of the text of it. They just like to say, well, look, God made something that you guys like. That's about all that they care about. And this faction has been getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know if you guys have like checked in or thought about or heard about Christianity lately, but Christianity doesn't play nice with other worldviews. Christianity believes that if you don't believe in Christianity, if you don't accept Jesus as your God, if you do not become a Christian, you are going to hell. If you are not pushing Christianity, you are fighting against God. It is in the text of the Bible that if you are not with God, then you are against him. And let me remind you what the strongest faction of the right in the United States has always been. It has always been the religious right. And when I say the religious right, that means the Christian right. They are the strongest electoral faction. They are the most passionate voters on the right. They are the ones who are most likely to be motivated to specific actions. They have infrastructure the likes of which the secular right cannot even believe, okay? The religious right has a nationwide network of churches that channel funding directly into the pockets of political campaigns that they desire, that channel voters in like a laser, okay? As many of you know, when I was younger, I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. It took me a very long time to get out of there. It was a fucked up experience. It was demented. But one thing I can tell you from my experience there, and I've talked about this on stream many times once again, but is that they wield, churches in America wield political power like nobody else. The people in those churches are socially attached to the church in ways that you probably don't even imagine. If you've never been a fundamentalist, if you've never been in an extreme church environment, the people who attend extremist churches, the people who are into fundamentalism, the church becomes their life. If the pastor asks them to vote on something, they will do it. They will treat it as if it's God's mission to them. And the Quartering is realizing that. The Quartering, for all of his dishonesty and slobbiness, for all of his slow to the uptake, has realized, oh shit, I am going to have to pretend to be a Christian if I don't cut ties as soon as possible. He has realized, oh my God, even though he literally, we can look at his videos and we can see him talking about COVID disinformation. We can see him making fun of trans people. We can see him like just directly be doing explicit transphobia on his videos. We can see him just tons and tons of it. He's realized that these motherfuckers will not let him make content the way even he wants to. He is not even right enough, because what the Christian right wants is God warriors. They want people who are willing to go full anti-Semitic. They are willing to go full eradication, eliminationist rhetoric. They want people who are crusaders. That's what they're pushing for. The far right wants everybody to be like these Groyper TPUSA freaks, okay? That's all that they want. And Jeremy, it might be too late for him, we'll find out, but Jeremy has realized that, oh my God, that's the direction that the right is going. He even openly says it, the new conservative, new right. He's identified, he's finally seen the gigantic writing on the wall that the rest of us, of course, have been able to see forever, which is that we are in the middle of a attempted Christian retakeover. That these guys, these religious zealots, who people like Ben Shapiro, who will go on rants about how trans people and gay people are cultists who demand human sacrifice, and he'll never even tell you what he means by that. He literally said that. I was just watching earlier a Ben Shapiro video in which he claimed that trans people and gay people demand human sacrifice in order to perpetuate their cult. These types of people, he realizes now, are going to not accept him. He won't be allowed. He can't just sit around making Star Wars videos where he says, go woke, go broke, guys. Oh, guys, hold on, let me just get on. Go woke, go broke, yeah, you know, go woke. They went woke and they got broke, and then shuts off the camera. He can't do that in a world full of Christians. That the Christians will fucking burn him at the stake if they think that he's the wrong type of, that he's not godly. And he's now realized that, and his answer is to try and burn some of the other big figures. Now, whether this will actually work is totally up in the air. It's really, really hard to know whether he'll have any success with this sort of thing. It seems to me that he won't, and the reason for that is that, of course, as we should all be able to know, if you're even slightly familiar with the history of the church will literally cover up, especially the Catholic Church and the Southern Baptist Convention. These are two, one of them's Catholic, one of them's evangelical. These are two of the largest religious organizations in the world. Both of them have covered up scandals involving child sexual abuse on a massive level that has now been well confirmed, well documented. It has been going on for years and years and years, as long as the church has existed, and they cover it up. So the truth is, they don't really care. They cover that shit up because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters in their mind is that God's kingdom is advanced on earth. And that's part of what makes these fucking movements so sinister, of course, is because they are the most Machiavellian. They are the most ends justify the means ideologies in the world. What are you going to do? Defy God? You think you're going to risk weakening God's advance for a couple of random kids who've been abused by a priest? Of course not. God demands victory. You march forward. So of course they cover for these people. They've always done this through all of history. The church always protects its own, always. So is the Quarter Pounder leaving the right? Yes, he explicitly said, I am done with the new right, the new conservative movement. I'm done. I'm out. Stop calling him the Quarter Pounder. It was never funny. No, it is funny. I think it's funny. There's no way he's done with the right. Well, obviously, he's obviously going to keep being a right-winger. There's no doubt that he's going to keep being a right-winger. But what he's declaring is that he's done with the movement. It's the same. It's the exact same thing as why I left the left. They were never a part of the left. They were always right. They were just, they're being the same. They're just making a stink about it. But that's what they do. And also, I want to point out something more. Which is, of course, that this reflects a larger issue. A larger schism on the right. How many people here have heard of a little guy named Meatball Ron? Anybody heard of Ron DeSantis in recent memory? I bet you have. I bet you've heard a lot of people talking about Ron DeSantis. Well, Ron DeSantis is apparently, he seems to be ready to challenge Donald Trump for ownership and rulership of the right wing. Now, as we all know, anybody who hasn't been asleep under a rock for, you know, the last fucking 8 years should know basically everything there is to know about Donald Trump. You couldn't fucking ignore it. Donald Trump and his bullshit was on every single newsstand, every single social media feed, everywhere you look for the last 8 years. It's just been constant Donald Trump from the moment he started stepping into the political sphere to when he took office to his refusal to step down to the coup that he attempted to have happen so that he could maintain control. Donald Trump managed to spellbind the far right in a way that we haven't seen in a very long time. There was never the type of energy for George Bush or anybody as there was for Donald Trump. I mean, hell, you could even argue that Donald Trump managed to spellbind the Republican Party more even than Reagan did. Of course, people venerate Reagan, but at the time, you know, there was a lot more controversy around Reagan at the time. He's sort of been venerated historically as this figure, but during the time, he was never as popular to the same degree as Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a true cult of personality. And of course, a lot of people have pointed out that Donald Trump is kind of an idiot and his followers are also kind of stupid. His followers are demented and they're obsessed with things that don't win them elections. They got creamed by Sleepy Joe. Fucking Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. Absolutely deranged. And of course, following in the footsteps of Donald Trump, the Republicans obsessed with culture war issues got fucking clapped in the midterms. Remember when all of the right-wingers were saying, the red wave is coming, the red wave is coming. Oh, here comes the red wave. And it just never materialized. They ended up just getting fucking slapped. Well, they still keep going anyway. The cult of Donald Trump is as strong as ever. Now, Ron DeSantis has come to the forefront, and Ron DeSantis is a little bit more of a, let's call him clean. He's a clean politician. He's more strategic. He he still is all about those culture war issues. He still goes on rants about trans people, but you know, he doesn't do all the mud flinging. He doesn't do all of the cult of personality stuff. He's a little bit cleaner. He wears a tie, you know, a nice tie, and he doesn't do silly dances on the stage. He's a politician guy, and so a lot of the let's just say the sort of establishment, the anti-Trump guys have all gotten behind Ron DeSantis. But there's a problem. Ron DeSantis is really struggling. Ron DeSantis in recent polls of the Republican Party only got 20% of the polling of the poll support. Donald Trump was still pulling 60%. Like, holy shit. Like, Donald Trump is still creaming Ron DeSantis. And people are saying, thank God, but I want you to remember something, which is what Donald Trump's side of the margin represents. Okay? Donald Trump's side is the religious right. The religious right is on board with Donald Trump. The evangelical freaks, the Nick Fuenteses, the Catholic extremists, the fundamentalists, the conversion therapy advocates, the trans exterminationists, they're all on Trump's side. That's why he's winning, because he still courts the most insane people. And I want you to remember that these people don't have a shot in hell electorally. They are getting creamed electorally because they are a minority of people. But let me remind you what they did when they lost the last election. Let me remind you what previous similar movements in the past have done when they realize that they can't win by numbers, that they can't win by a fair game. So this conflict between the Quartering and Nick Fuentes, this conflict between the Quartering and the new right is just a microcosm of the broader schism in the Republican Party. I've talked about this many times. I've even mentioned it slightly in this stream, which is that the right loves to do purges. They have to do purges. It is essential to their ideologies. If you are in if you hold a worldview that states that your view is the correct, godly, God-blessed way of doing things, you have to get rid of the non-believers. They have to be defeated, and they either have to be humiliated and brought into line, or if they don't, they have to be eliminated. You guys remember what happened to people like Milo Yiannopoulos? You guys, we here on this channel have followed the story of Milo Yiannopoulos. We know how far that guy fell. That guy went from being, from talking at every university in America, getting paid speakers' fees in the tens of thousands on a daily basis, to a literal nobody who could barely get a job working for Kanye West for fucking 2 weeks. Vosh was just saying how Blair White is going to be the next target soon. Blair White is already a target. In fact, if you look right here, take a look at this. Let's roll up, let's roll up, let's roll up. Blair White getting threats on her life over a simple troll post. Arguably, 4 days ago, this is what started the Quartering's whole meltdown, is that he spoke up to defend Blair White. Blair White is getting attacked now more than ever, as the Republican Party obviously continues to progress into its eliminationist rhetoric. Let me just show you something real quick. Hold on, we're gonna watch a quick clip, and I want you to think on this, okay? I'm gonna show this to you real quick, okay? Some of you have probably seen this, but we're gonna watch it for a good reason. Let's watch this real quick with me, okay?
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false, then we should not indulge it, especially since that indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is
absurd, just so we're clear, insane. The idea that being accepting towards people who are different than you requires undoing your customs. That's a bit of a self-report, but let's continue.
False, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Michael Knowles is a Daily Wire contributor and a weird wax golem, and he was speaking there at CPAC. Now, I want to note some things about CPAC. First of all, Trump also spoke at CPAC, and Fox News this year, uniquely, has refused to attend CPAC. Why? Well, because they are in a feud with the Trump faction, so they are refusing to participate. Do you see what I'm talking about this growing schism? There is a schism on the right, and it has to be resolved. They can't proceed without resolving this schism. And on one side of the schism, you have people like Michael Knowles calling for the total eradication of transgenderism from the public life, which we all know exactly what that means. And also, I'll point out, we also know what that means for people like Blair White. It means that the time has finally come when their pick-me card stops having any value whatsoever. The inevitable hour that every single person on the planet knew would come, the time when you are no longer accepted whatsoever on the parts of the right that you once courted, has occurred. People are... First of all, we've already seen for literal years, we've seen people be horrible to Blair White, and she keeps going anyway under the belief that, well, you know, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. Over and over and over again, and it's only getting worse. They are threatening her. They see her as a perfect encapsulation of everything that they hate. They see her as a representation of degeneracy. We know where this is going. So it's very interesting, isn't it? We have certainly seen a strange progressive or progression of events in recent times. And this schism is only going to get worse. Now, I want to point out to you that the Republicans could not win an election when they were united behind Trump. When Donald Trump was the only candidate going up against Joe Biden, they still lost. They cannot win anything if they are split. So if we use our political brains just a tiny bit, if we just flex that political muscle, there's only one way for this to go. One of the factions has to be defeated. And which faction do you think has stronger convictions? Do you think that it's the Tim Pool, the quartering, I like to talk about Star Wars and DC Comics, and complain about women in my comic book side? Or do you think it's the ones who are telling their followers that that angels are going to join them in a holy war against the trans people who need to be eradicated from public life? Which faction do you think has a stronger set of beliefs, and which faction do you think is more likely to succeed when they know that they can't win electorally? Do you think that who do you think is more likely to participate in a January 6th event? Do you think that it's Jeremy the Quartering, or do you think it's Nick Fuentes? Well, I can already tell you the answer. Jeremy the Quartering was playing pinball in the basement while Nick Fuentes was at the Capitol. Will this schism leave the right weaker than before? That depends on a lot of different things, doesn't it? Personally, I think that this schism has the potential to leave the right weaker, But it greatly depends. It greatly depends on how well the left is able to organize while the right is infighting. If the left is unable to build a coalition to block out the right, to prepare to resist and prevent right-wing violence, to prepare in advance to protect vulnerable people, then it could leave the right stronger. Because if the right is able to basically do a purge, to purge the unfaithful, then all that will be left are zealots and people who have been hurt by the zealots so much that they are bowing down. That is exactly what we've seen in religious movements in history. It's exactly what we've seen in fucking Nazi Germany. You can see this cycle with right-wing movements all throughout history. If they're allowed to do their purge, if they're allowed to force to instill fear to the degree that everyone bows down on the right and they all go along with this demented shit, then you end up with mass violence. Then you end up with the most demented political war machine that you can imagine. You end up with people who literally believe that there are angels holding their arms up into a Nazi salute. Those people are the ones who they will put into office. Those people are the people that will rally together. So now more than ever, it is incredibly important that lefties learn to work together and fight fucking hard against the right. Lefties need to strike harder now than ever. They need to get ready. That means all of you who are listening, all you lefties out there, listen to the rhetoric that the Michael Nowell side is putting forward. Listen to the rhetoric that these people are putting forward. Even the quartering is getting scared of it. The quartering is now trying to burn as many bridges as possible so that he can keep making his fucking Baby Yoda Grogu fucking bullshit, okay? So think and find what you can do to push back against this shit. Find what you can do to make sure trans people are safe. Find what you can do to make sure that gay people are safe. Find what you can do to ensure that these motherfuckers don't take power. Find what you can do to make sure that these people are deplatformed. These demented genocide screamers. Because we know what their world looks like. We know what their world looks like. You guys telling me that a world where transgenderism is eradicated from the public life is going to be a nice looking world? We know what that shit looks like. And you know what's funny? These motherfuckers, of course, the grand picture thing is that, as always, Nazis, fascists, these people are too stupid to recognize that the world that they supposedly want is a heinous and miserable world. Just let's wrap it all back around and remember that 4 of the most far-right people that you can imagine have just been outed by one of their former allies as being massively homosexual, massively into trans people who they hate. They hate trans people, and yet they want to be with trans people. These people cannot live the way they even want to live. They live in a perpetual miserable state of denial. They can't live the way that they want to live. They have to fucking hate all the time. Their world sucks. But they insist on it because they are propelled by a twisted ideology. They are propelled by fears of hell. They are propelled by hatred. They are propelled by stupidity, because the only way they know how to solve any problem is violence and domination and hatred. We know what their world looks like, and we have to fight it with everything that we can, okay? And all of you out there who are listening right now, okay? I am simply a voice. I am the radio operator, okay? I am the one putting out the signal, and you are hearing the signal. But it is you out there with your myriad talents. There are 650 people listening to this right now. That is amazing. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe so that I can keep broadcasting the signal. Thank you very much. But all of you out there, you have unique talents. You have unique life context. There are things that you can do that I will never be able to know exactly what you can do. What I can do is I can get up and climb up onto the tower, and I can look around and I can make sure that you're hearing the signal. But it's up to you guys to connect with each other. It's up to you guys to take the actions that you can to make sure this signal translates into a better world. None of us want to see a world where trans people are eradicated from public life. None of us want to see a world, fuck, even Jeremy the Quartering doesn't want to see a world where gay people can't get married anymore. After all, how many times has he talked about his gay dads? Have you guys seen what they're pushing right now? Right now, there are multiple states trying to push anti-gay marriage. They're trying to roll back fucking gay marriage, and they might succeed. How do you think Elon Musk will play in this schism? I think Elon Musk's role in this schism is declining by the day, and that he knows it. I think that that Elon Musk's age has passed. He did succeed in disrupting Twitter, and it cost him dearly, but he is such a cringy, hyuk Reddit idiot that I don't think that he has much relevance in the near future, except for ensuring that Twitter remains a hub of misinformation. But we can be smarter than that. We don't have to spend all our time on Twitter. We don't have to spend all our time on compromised platforms. We can build connections elsewhere. Many of you already have. Many of you in my audience have built real, lasting, solid, social, not parasocial, social connections by connecting through Discord, by connecting through directly to one another, talking to one another in DMs, becoming actual friends, building resilience. Remember just a couple of weeks ago, we watched the monkey movie, Apes Together Strong? You want to know why Apes Together Strong? Apes Together Strong, lefties together strong, because if you are connected to other people, if you are holding one another up, nobody can hurt you. Or if they hurt you, there's a bunch of other people who are going to care that you were hurt. That's the power of the social connection. This is why lefties embrace social connection. It's why we embrace a social worldview, because we acknowledge that together we are stronger. Even if we ourselves are weak, when we connect with others, we become infinitely stronger. Social connections, I don't have to go outside, do I? Well, you probably should go outside. It's healthy to do that, but there are all kinds of ways to connect directly, socially, and effectively. That's the word I was looking for. And effectively, that don't necessarily involve you having to walk outside and go to some, like, I don't know, anachronistic union meeting or whatever, although that might be the path for you. If you are working in an industrial trade, maybe getting involved in union organizing is the way. There is an abundance of ways that you can fight back against this shit. And keep in mind, the right is in fucking disarray right now. They are going insano mode, okay? And what we choose to do with this time is very important. This moment right now is the critical moment. We have the opportunity right now in this moment with our actions to divert a heinous future. If we choose now to be awake, if we choose now to actually decide to connect, to build connections now, to push back now, then we can divert a future that nobody wants to see. And we will have the sublime satisfaction of knowing that we never have to live through another fucking Holocaust, or we never have to live through another fucking right-wing Christian upheaval where you can't make a movie where the main character says a swear word because that's unchristian. That we won't have to live through a future where gay people can't be depicted on the TV screen because that's unchristian. We know that world fucking sucks, and our actions right now are more important than ever. And I want you to understand that not to get all not to take this a little too far. You know I'm just a streamer at the end of the day. I'm just a streamer who mostly, you know, talks about politics in things that I find interesting. But I want you to understand that you basically, all of you listening right now, are in the position of being particularly important and powerful people. You are hearing a message of activation. You are hearing the signal that is more important than other things right now. You are hearing something important, and your decisions will have an impact. It doesn't take a lot of people to decide to be heroic, okay? It doesn't take a lot of people to decide to take the first step to create a massive rippling effect. A handful of people choosing to make connections, choosing to tie those knots together, connects an exponential amount of people. You guys have seen some of the small things that this community has been able to do. The way that even just this online community centered around a silly streamer like myself, a little goofball who does the bazingas, who does the susses, you know, who does all the goofy shit, okay? You guys have seen what we've been able to accomplish. But if you all who are listening right now choose to be more engaged, choose to resolve yourself to a resistance to this fucking disastrous, nightmarish Christian nationalism bullshit. If you resolve yourselves, no matter what it is, whatever you can do, whatever you have to bring to the table, if you make that decision, you can actually have an impact on the future of the world. And I mean that 100%. I believe that, and I've seen it myself. So just know that. Just know that. And don't fucking die. Do not fucking die. I am pumped from that. You should be. Remember, all of this cringe, just look at this. Look at this cringe. This is a channel with 1.5 million subscribers. This guy, this march of cringe has even had enough with the far right, okay? The far right is so demented that even people who spend half of their time getting triggered about a random trans person being on a Hershey's candy bar, like he's sitting there fucking munching Hershey's bars going, I can't believe they put a trans person on there. This blubbering idiot. That guy right there can realize that the right is going fucking nuts, okay? You guys, it's the time for confidence right now. It's the time to recognize that you're engaged in even in a small way in a struggle against some of the fucking worst, most insufferable, miserable people on the planet. These people who suck cocks and then lie to their audience and tell their audience that none of them can suck cocks because that'll send you to hell, as they sit there and fucking laugh in it, as these motherfuckers are getting gangbanged on the weekends and then trying to hide it from their followers so that their followers don't turn on them and tear them limb from limb. These people are fucking miserable. Their worldview is fucking miserable, and they will be defeated. And they will be defeated if we choose to not fucking sleep at the wheel. And I know that sometimes we can get obsessed with numbers. Like I saw somebody here just say, you know, Ashmar says 1.5 million subscribers is bigger than PhilosophyTube. Yes, that's true. 1.5 million subscribers is bigger than PhilosophyTube. But you want to know who's had a bigger impact on the world than fucking the quartering? PhilosophyTube. PhilosophyTube is out there making art. PhilosophyTube is currently traveling around the world performing art that is reaching and communicating and touching the hearts of people and inspiring people to greater acts of creativity. PhilosophyTube has taught people a whole lot of stuff. PhilosophyTube isn't just empty noise. PhilosophyTube can hear the signal. That doesn't mean PhilosophyTube is perfect. There's lots of things that I disagree with PhilosophyTube on. But just keep that in mind. People like the quartering, farm the lowest common denominator. They are literally NPC farmers. They go, go woke, go broke, and they recite a bunch of slogans. Is the prince not touring? I thought it was. I thought I saw people going to a showing that was in the United States. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That tiny detail doesn't really matter. You understand what I'm saying. Yeah, the prince had a show in New York City. Okay, it's not touring. Okay, well, whatever. That's a small distinction. My apologies. Had multiple worldwide showings. Okay, there you go. On one hand, I would feel bad for Jeremy the quartering. I would feel bad for the basement pisser. I would feel bad for a guy who very clearly just wants to make money, fucking licking Baby Yoda dolls and fucking jerking off Disney and whatever. And by jerking off Disney, I mean pretending that you hate Disney for every decision that they make, but basically orbiting around every single piece of media that Disney produces. I would feel bad for him because I know what it's like to deal with the insanity of the religious right. The religious right is miserable. They are horrible. They make your life hell. They ruin entire families. They ruin entire communities. They subjugate entire communities to their religious ideology to enrich fucking churches, to enrich individual pastors disguised as the will of God. They are mass organizations of pain and suffering. They are organizations of misery. But I can't really feel bad for the quartering because keep in mind that the quartering helped build this entire way. He sat there and palled around with these people when it enriched him personally, and now they're turning on him. And the sad thing is he waited this long to get the fuck out. It's a bit late for that, my man. Donald Trump is sweeping the polls right now. Meatball Ron, all of these like establishment, the people that they call the rhinos, those motherfuckers aren't winning. The Christians, the psychos are winning right now. Now, they don't have the numbers. Like I've said, they don't have the numbers to win on an electoral level, but they certainly have the insanity. Have you listened to any of this shit? I know you all have. I know you guys are on Twitter. I know that you guys are on, you guys follow the news. I know you guys watch shows other than mine. You guys see this rhetoric? The rhetoric is insane. They are driving their fans insane. QAnon shit is everywhere. Donald Trump is giving announcements about how there's a secret ideology that is transing your kids, that there's a social, they're demented. They've lost the plot completely, intentionally. They are pulling their followers off into a fantasy realm of fear and terror. They need their fans to be scared, okay? Think of it like a stampede. You ever seen like footage of a stampede where people start to panic and no matter what happens, you can't stop it once people start to panic? They just start freaking the fuck out and they get violent and they fight and they hit and they stomp and people die and there's no way to stop it until it just peters out. That's what they're doing. People like Michael Knowles, people like Matt Walsh, people like Ben Shapiro, people like Donald Trump, they're whipping their followers into a frenzy. They are looking for zealotry. They are looking for fanaticism, and it's succeeding. And fanaticism gets violent. Fun fact, everybody, real quick. Fun fact. Just a couple of days ago, I traveled through Fresno. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. Did you guys know that literally the night that I was in Fresno, the police in Fresno arrested 5 neo-Nazis who had been bombing buildings across Fresno, targeting power substations? Take a look at this. Bombings began in December with an explosion in a car parked near the Fresno airport. A mailbox and 4 other vehicles, including a car belonging to the Fresno probation office, exploded over the next 2 months. The suspected bomber, the first suspected bomber, was a 44-year-old man. I wish they would, I wonder if they have the one with the photos. There was the photos of the shit that they pulled off. There were 7 bombings in Fresno since December. And these are the people who are excited about Nick Fuentes. These are the people who are excited about Donald Trump. These are the people who are excited about Michael Knowles calling to eradicate trans people, okay? There has been a series. I've covered them on this channel, and since then there have been more. There have been a series of power substation bombings and shootings in the United States. Acts of insane terror that are being cited by the people who do them as trying to send a message against gay people, as trying to send a message against the left, against communists, against liberals, against trans people. They're being whipped into a frenzy. This is what they want. It's the time now to be ready to push back against this shit. It's the time now to push back against the demented rhetoric online however you can. To put your tools to the task. Because that's what they want to do, okay? Two days ago, a very close friend of mine on Discord told me they have been questioning their gender and feel as though they are actually a woman. Although this is quite a big surprise to me, I'm willing to help my friend explore and express who they really are. The fact that these far-right assholes want to hurt people like her so badly fills me with so much anger, and I want to do everything I can to stop these monsters from hurting my innocent friends. That, right there, is exactly the type of thing that we should all be thinking on. Because the right, they hate trans people. They hate black people. They hate immigrants. They hate Jewish people. They hate gay people. You, if you aren't one of those, you probably have friends that you adore who are one of those. This is why I say, imps together strong. This is why we got to work together and push back against this shit. We have to harness that energy and turn it into productivity. And there are many, many ways to be productive. Many ways. We've all been subjected to an endless deluge of the demented rhetoric coming out of the right, and it's time for us to acknowledge exactly the state of affairs. We are involved. This isn't just a culture war, okay? When you hear this fucking ghoul right here say shit like this,
must be eradicated from public life entirely.
This is a war. They will always try to play the victim. They will always try to play word games, but we all know, okay? All of us have been sitting here and watching them. We've all been having to hear their garbage. We know what they really want. We know what they're pushing for, and we have to act accordingly. We have to be prepared to defend ourselves. We have to be prepared to protect ourselves. We have to take proactive action against these people, like pushing to have these people stripped of their platforms. People like Michael Knowles should not be allowed on websites like YouTube. They shouldn't. People who peddle genocidal rhetoric should not be allowed to make money on a website like YouTube. That is demented. That is, it goes against everything that makes YouTube possible. A person who believes that trans people need to be fucking purged, that transgenderism needs to be eradicated, is not in alignment with a free world, is not in alignment with a free speech world, okay? Yep. Hate equals engaging content. Yeah, well, you want to know what else equals engaging content? We can use controversy to our advantage. We can use controversy to our advantage. But there's also a lot of ways to apply pressure to people. There are a lot of ways that we can push forward better messengers. There are a lot of ways that we can make sure that better messages are getting out there. And what's most important is we can inoculate people to hate, because these motherfuckers can't win if they don't succeed in mass indoctrinating a bunch of violent children. Do you guys, you know why things like the Hitler Youth were so important to the Nazi regime? It's because they were able to indoctrinate children while they were young, to indoctrinate them into a demented worldview that they could never get out of. If we make sure that we reach people first, this shit won't stick, and it will end up with them looking like fucking Chanology 2.0, like a bunch of dumb motherfuckers standing with little anonymous masks on the side of the road. It'll make sure that their only attempts look like January 6th, a bunch of fucking stupid, bumbling, old idiots with pit vipers stumbling over each other, falling off the walls of the Capitol building and getting arrested. We want that to be the case. We want them to have abortive, failed, bullshit shit. When they freak out, we want them to get busted immediately. We want their asses to get kicked. We want the Antifa people to fucking stand there and beat the shit out of these old motherfuckers when they do violent shit like that. We want there to be people to protect. And we can do that. We have the ability to act now while they are in disarray. We have the ability to strengthen ourselves now, to take care of one another now, to make sure that trans people in vulnerable areas are able to get to safety and get onto their own 2 feet, that trans people will not be in vulnerable positions. We have the ability to undermine the violence before it happens. An ounce of prevention is worth a fucking pound of cure. Or in this case, an ounce of prevention is worth a ton of cure, okay? January 6th was scary as fuck, but also let's not forget how fucking pathetic it was. It was scary because we like to believe that we are past the demented violent actions of the past, but the truth is that it's never changed. It's always just been hovering under the surface. Nazis, bigots, these people have to be ritualistically humiliated, okay? They have to be publicly shamed. Their viewpoints have to have the air sucked out of them. If somebody fucking starts being a Nazi, you should humiliate them. You should make them feel afraid to talk like that ever again. Have you guys seen how many of these anti-drag protests have completely deflated because a handful of brave lefties decided to show up? Have you seen how many of these things have been protected? There have been these drag events that are totally safe, totally perfectly fine, peaceful events, and a handful of lefties who are prepared go and stand out there, and an army of fucking stupid looking Proud Boys with their guts hanging out and their fucking pants like fucking falling off and their stupid Proud Boy shirts with mustard stains on them stand around and go, you guys are dumb. And then it fails and they get embarrassed and they go home and then they fucking eat shit. They follow their leader because they're so embarrassed that they've spent the last 6 years of their lives convincing themselves that lefties are a bunch of like blue-haired crying people, and then they went out in public and they found out that they were the crying snowflakes in the end. That they showed up in person and they got so scared that they had a panic attack and had a heart attack and had to run back home or call an ambulance because they saw a gay person. Marinara says, my hope is that they're overplaying their hand by moving as fast as they are and creating an opening by spreading themselves too thin. The backlash needs to be swift and decisive. You're openly trans. Are you going to leave the country or stay and fight? I can't leave the country, okay? That's not an option for me, okay? At least not now. I have loved ones here who can't leave the country with me, and I will not leave them behind. So you guys know exactly what my position's gonna be. I'm going to be fighting this shit until the day that I die, okay? Also, to answer what Marinara said, Marinara says, my hope is that they're overplaying their hand. They are always overplaying their hand, okay? You know what? Hold on a second. I want to read something real quick, okay? Okay. This is the perfect way to wrap this up, okay? We're talking about the quartering, a guy who mostly talks about Star Wars. I'm gonna read a quote from Star Wars Andor, okay? Listen up. Listen up, everybody. Listen closely, all right? This will answer that question. There will be times when the struggle seems impossible. I know this already. Alone, unsure, dwarfed by the scale of the enemy. Remember this. Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction. Random acts of insurrection are occurring constantly throughout the galaxy. There are whole armies, battalions that have no idea that they have already enlisted in the cause. Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward. And then remember this, the imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Listen to that again. The imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that. And know this, the day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance, will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember this. And try. That is a quote from Nemec's manifesto from Star Wars Andor, okay? And I want you to pay close attention to one particular part. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks and it leaks. Authority is brittle. This has always been true. If you look at the history of the most famous example of a horrific, nightmarish, totalitarian government, Nazi Germany under Hitler, there has never been a more obvious and clear illustration of this. That maintaining a insane level of control, maintaining a worldview that is refuted by reality itself, maintaining a worldview where you insist that every gay person is secretly like spreading a mind virus that turns everyone gay, all of these things, these require constant effort. They have to throw millions and millions of dollars, and they have to waste millions and millions of dollars to even keep these ideas alive. They lost against Joe Biden, even with all of the millions of dollars of coke money, even with all of the millions and millions of dollars of fucking oil baron money dumping into Donald Trump's campaign, they lost against Joe fucking Biden. Sleepy motherfucking Joe. Just remember that. This shit takes an insane amount of effort for them to upkeep. They are always overplaying their hand. They rely on you being afraid. They rely on all of the imps, all of the queer people, all of you out there. They rely on you being too afraid to stick together. They rely on you being too afraid to push back. They hope that nobody will do anything because the truth is, even small inconveniences, even small acts of defiance are unbelievably expensive to them. Proving Beetle 16 says, that's why Florida is currently trying to abolish the Democratic Party in Florida. They know they are the weak ones and will ruin all of our lives to stay in power. Yup. It's why these people always have to do stupid, dirty tactics like that. They can't play on a fair ground. They have to play dirty. So we stop them. We do a tactical analysis and we stop them. We get creative. There are a ton of smart people in this audience. Like I said, 650 people are listening to me right now. I know you all have talents. I know you all have unique talents. You have unique knowledges. You know your area. You may have some sort of specialized knowledge that I don't have. You can find a way to help. You might be able to help in a small way. You might be able to help in a big way. But every single way matters. And if you put it in your fucking soul, if you instill yourself with the spirit of liberation, that you acknowledge and say, no, I am going to stick with this. I am going to fight for this shit. I am going to push back against this nightmare world. Whenever it shows up, the world's going to be a lot of a better place. And you're going to find yourself finding all kinds of new and creative ways to help push back against this shit. Marinara says, queerness is diversity and creativity in life. The gayness that they fear we're spreading is the antidote to their toxic, rotting ideology to death. It is. Queerness evolves naturally. They have never, even in the most vicious and horrible periods of history, they have never been able to stomp it out. And they will never be able to. They will never be able to stomp out individuality. They will never be able to stomp it out. Because freedom is a pure idea. It appears without instruction. It just appears. We all have a desire to be free. And guess what? As we saw, to bring it all the way back around, so do these motherfuckers. It shows up in them too. You're not telling me that fucking Nick Fuentes wasn't yearning for some type of freedom when he fucking sucked that Catboy's dick, allegedly? Miserable fuck. Baphomet says, God, I want to suck a Catboy dick right now. Well, guess what? It's a lot easier for you. You can just embrace who you are. You can just say, boy, I sure do love Catboys. And isn't that freedom sweet? Doesn't it feel amazing to just say, boy, do I sure love those Catboys, and not have to be like, God, forgive me, I love the Catboys, God, forgive me, don't torture me forever, oh! You don't have to do any of that shit. That's motherfucking freedom, baby. By the way, if you are here and you've enjoyed this prolonged politics section, please press the subscribe button and ring the bell. This channel is constantly churning out based-ass content. I'm about as based as you can find on the internet, okay? At the end of the day, I'm just a streamer and a humble entertainer. But this is where you can come to hear the signal. Whatever you get on this channel is always, I can always promise you, it's always going to be my best. I'm always bringing my best analysis. I'm always bringing my best fucking commentary. I'm always challenging you to think deeper. So press that motherfucking subscribe button today and become an imp. And like the stream. More Star Wars, please. Everybody wants to talk about more Star Wars. Well, we're not doing any more Star Wars tonight because I'm all out of Star Wars to talk about for the time being. But over my trip, I'm going to be talking about a whole bunch of different stuff, and I'm going to be watching a whole bunch of different stuff on my trip. We're probably going to watch the Star Wars movies while I'm traveling, and should be pretty interesting. Do you think that Blair White will eventually come crawling to the left when it becomes obvious even to her that she has no place left on the right? Inevitably, yes. I don't think that she will ever try to publicly become a member of the left. I just think that she will eventually be forced into silence, and inevitably it will be leftists to ensure that she does not get killed by the right. Because we just saw fucking even the Quartering was acknowledging that the far right was threatening Blair White with death. Piani says, do you own guns? If so, you should buy more ammo. I do own guns and I do have ammo. I am a proud Second Amendment lefty. Yeah. But yes, I would agree. It is very valuable, first, to learn Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed is the #1 easiest thing you can do right now to help combat gun violence in America. Stop the Bleed takes 20 minutes, and you can be certified and have the knowledge that you need necessary to help save someone's life. It is incredibly easy. StopTheBleed.org. Super, super easy to do. You should do it. Everybody here who's here now should have Stop the Bleed certification. And secondly, if you are in the position, if you can do so safely, you should learn as much as you can about self-defense and firearms. And I believe that if you are a lefty, it would be very, very wise for you to own firearms, because God knows your opponents do. I don't have guns because I can't be trusted. That is okay. You do not have to own guns. But if you are somebody who is in a good, who is able to, you should. Look at my clip. All right, let's see what this clip is. Let me check out this clip. Throat blown open by a giant trans cock. No, I'm not gay. I don't love cock. No, I don't want to get pounded by a trans dommy mommy. I don't want to be cuddled and held and then have my throat blown open by a giant trans cock. No, I'm not. Oh, this is this is so good. Oh my fucking God. That is absolutely amazing. Oh, Nuts. You're always so wrong. How do you always manage to be so wrong, Nuts? It's okay. What's happening Atlanta? Oh, yeah. For those of you, real quick, small segment. Oh, our dogs? Dogs are awesome. Yes, guard dogs are amazing, of course. Dogs are like the #1 way to prevent yourself from having your house robbed. House robberies do occur. Break-ins do occur at people's houses, but if you have a dog, the chance of your house being broken into is so much reduced, because when people case a house, they simply will not break into a house that has a dog. That's just how people are. Plus, dogs are amazing. But as far as like security goes, having a dog is like one of the best ways to secure your house, statistically. Yep. Everybody was, some people in chat were talking about Atlanta. For those who don't know, Atlanta is currently trying to build a police training facility known colloquially as Cop City, and it has been the site of intense protest because they are building Cop City over a public park that is beloved by local people, and also it is going to be it is basically a massive police militarization facility. The Cop City training facility is designed to bring in a incredible amount of cops and give them training with military-like proficiency, which of course, as we all know, is terrible. That is a terrible, terrible idea. American cops are already highly militarized. America already has the highest prison population in the entire world. America is obsessed with violent cops. So there's been a lot of protest. In fact, a protester was unjustly killed by police. A protester by the name of Tortuguita? I think is his name. I might be saying it wrong. Yeah, Tortuguita, who was a trans protester, a peaceful protester who was murdered by the police in the forest while they were basically chaining themselves to trees to prevent the building of Cop City, and it was pretty bad. And just last night there was a massive police crackdown. There was a bunch of people were putting together a protest concert in the park last night. Oh, Tortuguita. Okay, yeah, okay, Tortuguita. My pronunciation might have been off. Anyway, there was a big concert last night, and 23 people who were at the concert, including a lawyer who is a legal observer, not involved in the actual protest, just a legal observer, were charged last night with terrorism, domestic terrorism charges for being at a protest concert in a public park. There was, associated with the event, there were people who were knocking down power poles, but the people who were charged have not yet been confirmed as the people who were involved in knocking down the power poles. But people who were just at the concert have been arrested and charged with domestic terrorism. It is insane. And if you are interested in learning more about this, I would like to cover the whole story at some point, but go follow Unicorn Riot. Many of you may know that Unicorn Riot covered the BLM protests over the last few years with incredible detail. They have been covering the Atlanta Cop City protest. I would highly recommend looking into that. It has been an incredibly tense and violent situation from the police. The police have been out of control. In fact, there was footage that I was watching earlier. At the protest concert, protesters set up a bounce house, like literally, like a literal bouncy castle, if you know what I'm talking about. And the cops came in with assault rifles and were pointing assault rifles into the bouncy castle, like as if like the bouncy castle was going to be full of like soldiers that were going to shoot them. There was just people bouncing on a bouncy castle, and these cops come in with fucking assault rifles pointing into the bouncy castle. Demented. Just absolutely demented. And keep in mind, all of this protesting is to protest the fact that they are building a hyper-militarized cop training center there. It's like you couldn't ask for a more obvious indication of exactly why people are protesting when they behave like that. Thank you for that, Furcifer. Furcifer has linked the Unicorn Riot Twitter. I would recommend following them if you want to keep up with them. The domestic terrorism charges are so wild because they are claiming that Defend the Atlanta Forest is designated as a domestic violent extremist group by the Department of Homeland Security, which is a lie. They're pretending the federal government has deigned them as terrorists despite public statements which disprove them. Yeah, they're literally just making shit up. Newsflash, violent, extremely overarmed cops making shit up and then shooting people. Yeah, by the way, it's actually wild. There is footage of the cops. The cops scare themselves and then they shoot somebody because they scared themselves in the woods. They said like some random cop is like, oh, there's somebody's either shooting or there's fireworks, and one of the other cops gets panicked and kills somebody, and they don't even know if it's fire, if it was like gunfire or fireworks. And it turns out that they literally got triggered by other cops discharging their firearms. So other cops in the woods were firing their guns, and it triggered the other cops into thinking that they were under attack, and then they fucking killed Tortuguita. No joke. That is you can go watch, you can go see all of the direct reporting being done. Actually wild. It's actually demented. Didn't one cop shoot another cop? Yes, in the panic, one of the cops shot another cop by accident. Actually demented. Oh, there is a... No, Zadoki, no, Zadoki. No. How does one not know the difference between those sounds? Well, Matthew McConaughey, it's almost as if cops are primed to constantly be on edge, and that they have a vested interest in conflating those two sounds because they hate people who are protesting them. And so if they're confused, you know, they can blow away a few people that they don't like. Why are you people doing this to me? Why the fuck are you people? Don't ask Divibe. Don't do it. Don't do it, Divibe. Don't ask. You're gonna stumble into something you don't want. What we need is a Mud Wizard. Listen, the Mud Wizard was based. You guys saw the Mud Wizard, right? Kaboka says the absolute state of Twitch panels is that there was a dog. There was a bestiality panel. Yes, and it was trash. You guys have to understand. While you all are here having a good time hanging out with us, while you are all having a good time listening to me, whether it's me ranting about Star Wars or whether it's me talking about the far right and how they're blowing themselves up right now, the dregs of society over on Twitch politics are getting like 40 viewers arguing about whether you should fuck dogs or not. That is the actual state of affairs over in Twitch politics. When I told you that like us leaving Twitch politics like a year or 2 years ago was like one of the best decisions I've ever made, my channel is fucking thriving. We are pulling like 650 people every time I stream. We are like maxing out at like 800 viewers whenever I want to talk about whatever the fun stuff that I do on this channel. You guys are all having a good time, and all those miserable fucks over on Twitch politics are like, well, have you considered whether maybe you should be able to do an incest? Maybe dumb. Boring and dumb. You guys have no idea how, ironically, how incestuous it is. Like, it's just pathetic. It's so sad, okay? Infernatrix Sophia says, Demon Mama, do you have any position on the weird fear-mongering going on social media about DIY? I've been seeing trans women getting called true scum for trying to encourage trans people to engage in gray market manufacturing and DIY. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know what, everybody? Let's talk about it, shall we? Shall we do a hot and spicy moment? Shall we have some, you want to have a moment? Let's have a fucking moment, okay? We're gonna talk about something that people get super triggered and mad about, okay? Let's talk about DIY HRT, okay? This is a topic I've talked about many times, but I want to just remind everybody. Interestingly, this is going to segue very well from a previous segment that we did. Which you know what? We're just gonna open it up. We're gonna play this again real quick, okay, everybody? I'm gonna play you guys a clip, all right? My lovely imps, we're gonna open this segment about DIY HRT with a clip that we just watched a few minutes ago. And yes, I'm gonna subject you to it again, but it's okay. It's only 60 seconds, so you can handle it. Let's fucking watch it again. Ready?
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false, then we should not indulge it, especially since that indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
So there you have it. The reason why I wanted to open this is because we have now seen multiple states banning puberty blockers for trans youth which is, by the way, let me just be 100% clear, in complete disagreement with every serious medical organization on the entire planet, okay? Every serious medical organization on the entire planet disagrees with banning access to puberty blockers for trans youth. And additionally, we have now seen multiple states advance total HRT bans. And also the criminalization of doctors who prescribe their patients with HRT. We are seeing this more and more frequently in the United States. Of course, if the Republicans were ever to gain any sort of federal control, they would, of course, be pushing this on a federal level. Now, if you are unlucky enough to live in a red state, which there are many people do live in red states. There are lots of trans people who live in red states. This puts you and your health objectively at risk. A fully politicized agenda that is banning your access to healthcare that doctors all across the world agree is necessary for your well-being, is good for your well-being. We know this. We know that for trans people, people who have gender dysphoria, taking HRT reduces dysphoria and reduces the likelihood of a number of complications and health complications in general, in addition to improving mental health generally. Like, having access to those meds is very, very good. This has been verified by every serious medical organization in the world. These states, for completely political reasons, yes, I was hitting my desk. I apologize about that if it was making a noise. My apologies. What was it? Sorry about that. What I was saying is these states are, for completely political reasons, trying to damage the health of trans people. And also, if you'll notice, the rhetoric that we just heard from this weird homunculus, Michael Knowles, is that his goal is to eradicate transgenderism from public life entirely. And what he claims to want to do by that, or how he wants to go about that, is by banning access to medical care for trans people. Now, this is immoral, unethical, and unscientific. All three of those things. It is immoral, unethical, and unscientific. In just about every way that you slice it, outside of his very particular worldview, a worldview that is bigoted, a worldview that asserts that God does not approve of trans people, that the way that God made humanity is not supposed to include trans people. That is the only worldview that disagrees on this issue. That is the only worldview that disagrees with the ethicality, morality, and scientific, the scientific consensus on this issue. What that means is that, in my opinion, trans people are perfectly justified to do whatever they need to do to survive, to do whatever they need to do in order to ensure that they get the medication they need to survive. My rule number one, the only rule of this community, the only hard and fast rule of this community is do not fucking die. And the reason why we say that is because, no, you should not die because of the political agenda of freaks like Michael Knowles. You should not die because of the political agendas of people like Matt Walsh. Now, there has been a long time discourse around what people call DIY HRT. Now, DIY HRT means, the term DIY means do it yourself. Now, do it yourself is actually a bit of a misnomer, and sometimes I wish that people would avoid using that terminology because I think it's misleading. Let me be clear about what DIY usually refers to. This is a bit of an educational segment for a lot of people who may be unfamiliar with DIY. When you are not DIYing, you go to the doctor, you get a prescription, and the doctor sends you home with the prescription. You take the prescription to a pharmacy. You are given either from the pharmacy, you are given either pills or you are given injectables, depending on the type of HRT that you're on, and a number of things. Usually, if you are doing injectables, you will either go into your local clinic, depending on how busy they are. You will either go in and a nurse will inject you with testosterone or estradiol, or they will teach you when you go into your first appointment. They will tell you how to do it, and they will send you home with a booklet of how to safely inject. Intramuscular injections are actually relatively easy to do. It doesn't take a whole lot of medical knowledge at all whatsoever to do intramuscular injections, which is the most common type of injection for most HRT. It's a fairly straightforward process, and that's provided that you are not on pills or on patches or some of the other forms. This is if you're on injections, okay? So that is let's say that is the normal way. That is the medical way to get hormones. However, if you live in a place where hormones are outlawed, if you live in a place where doctors are anti-scientific, like for example, if you happen to be in an area where all of the doctors are religious zealots who refuse to prescribe HRT because they don't believe in it or whatever, et cetera, et cetera, I believe it is your right, your moral, ethical, and scientific, let's say, right, to have access to the medicine that you need to live your life to the fullest. And as it turns out, there are a number of ways that you can do this. And the way that it usually looks like for most people is that they simply buy directly from the manufacturers. It really, that's what DIY usually means. There's a lot of scaremongering and fear-mongering around DIY. And here's what it will usually sound like. They will go, You're encouraging children to buy black market drugs produced in unsanitary facilities? You're telling me you want children to get bathtub estrogen or bathtub testosterone? You're endangering children. And of course, this is idiotic fear-mongering, and it should be called out for what it is. The truth is that most DIY has nothing to do with black markets whatsoever. It's literally just buying directly from the manufacturer. I don't know if you know this, but most pharmacies in the United States buy their drugs from pharmacies outside of the United States. And many of those pharmacies outside of the United States will ship directly to consumers for a price. They don't actually care who's buying it that much. And these pharmacies, by the way, are often the same pharmacies that, or these overseas, sorry, I mixed up one term, not pharmacies, manufacturers, drug manufacturers. There's a word I'm missing right here. Formulary. The formularies, the place that actually put it together, are often either the exact ones that are bought, that like local pharmacies purchase from, or they are associated with large brands that are global. Like, you can just buy medicine of all different types, provided that it's not a restricted substance. You can just buy them directly from the source in many cases. And provided that you know how to safely take that, provided you know what your dose is, provided you're able to monitor that, which is fairly easy for things like hormones. It's fairly easy to get the dosage correct on hormones, and it's also it's not completely impossible to mess up your dosage, but it's pretty difficult to like create a lethal dose or anything like that when it comes to hormones. And also keep in mind that there are doctors all over the world that have published guides to safe hormone dosages for this express purpose, because there are countries in the world where trans people are killed, just so you know. There are countries still in the world right now where if it is discovered that you are trans, you can be killed, beaten, or imprisoned for that. So there are these doctors who have said, we think that's bad. Here's how you could dose yourself on the down low. because of they have a moral and ethical belief that you have a right to take care of yourself if you need to. A belief that I share. So getting the right dosage is not particularly hard. Most people will go online and they will buy from very, very reputable overseas pharmacies that will ship directly to you, and that's the end of it. That is what DIY HRT is for the vast majority of people. Now, there are some exceptions to this rule, okay? There are some exceptions to this rule, which is, of course, there are some complications in certain areas, and there are some complications with certain drugs. For example, testosterone. Testosterone has been pretty heavily regulated historically in the United States, and there has been a recent crackdown on certain usages of testosterone. It is a controlled substance because of its use in sports. Because testosterone obviously can be used to give you an advantage in certain types of sports. It's actually pretty silly, honestly, that testosterone is a controlled substance, given that most people who take testosterone do not take it for an advantage in sports. I don't know if you know this, but did you know that a large percentage of old folks in the United States are prescribed hormones because their bodies stop producing hormones at the same rate as they get older? Your body just gets a little weaker when you're older, and so lots of old guys have low T and they get prescribed testosterone because they have low T. So the restrictions on testosterone are quite silly and arguably immoral in and of themselves because for the aforementioned reasons. However, this can make getting testosterone a little bit more difficult. However, it is not as difficult as most people believe. And once again, most of the time when people are getting testosterone, they are getting it from a reputable, established manufacturer and not buying it from like a moonshiner. The illusion or the idea that there are like moonshiner HRT outfits is just very silly by and large. It's mostly a complete myth. Now, there are some exceptions, of course, even to this rule. There are some places in the world where it is very, very, very difficult to get access to either estradiol or testosterone, or where it can be prohibitively expensive. And so some people choose to educate themselves on chemistry, to educate themselves on drug formulation, and formulate these drugs themselves. Now, obviously, there is a slightly higher risk involved with going to a actual, we'll call it a gray market. I don't think they're actually black market. But the sort of gray market outlets where it is somebody who is either a chemist. Oh yeah, that's something that I should note. Keep in mind that a lot of times the people who end up doing this are themselves chemists, but they are just operating under the table. So these sort of third-party gray market DIY HRT dealers are often professional chemists. They are often people who know what they are doing and are qualified to do this, but they are just operating under the table for various reasons, to circumvent unjust laws usually. Just like Walter White. Okay, but unironically, Walter White was a genius chemist who nobody was worried about the safety of his fucking meth because he was a genius chemist. And in fact, anyway, we're not going to get into that. That's literally fantasy, okay? Let's just stop. There are of course risks involved with all drugs. Every single drug that you put into your body, including Tylenol, including naproxen sodium. These are over-the-counter medications. Did you know that the overdose rate for Tylenol, an over-the-counter medication that you can buy, you can literally right now walk to the store and buy an infinite amount of Tylenol, a lethal amount of Tylenol. You can kill yourself right now with nobody getting in your way with Tylenol. It will be an agonizing and horrible way to go. Please don't do that, but it is something you can do. Every single drug has risks. And so to people who fearmonger and spread misinformation about DIY HRT, I say this: fuck you, go to hell, shut the fuck up, and may you rot forever. Because if you are going online to fearmonger about DIY HRT when you have motherfuckers like Michael Knowles talking about how he wants to eradicate transgenderism from public life, you are a patsy, you are a fraud, and you are contributing to the Nazis attempting to kill you and your trans brothers and sisters. No joke. I say that with zero exaggeration. Shut the fuck up. You should not have a platform. Please shut the fuck up. So that's a message to any of you out there who are engaging in disinformation and fear-mongering about DIY HRT. Because the truth is that in a time like this, what we should do, if you are genuinely concerned about DIY HRT, you should be doing harm reduction. We already know that this works. In fact, we can look at studies of other more dangerous types of drugs. Should people fearmonger about heroin? Or should they teach people how to be safer and how to combat addiction to heroin? Heroin is a dangerous and addictive drug. This is not even the same thing as DIY HRT. They are totally different things, and yet we know already scientifically that harm reduction techniques are better. Educating people about the risks, educating people about how to safely use it so that they don't die or overdose, saves lives and increases the likelihood that those people are going to get safe and live a longer life. As it turns out, people tend to overdose because of a lack of knowledge or because of a lack of resources. And this also, obviously, if we follow this line of logic, this should apply to DIY HRT as well, which is significantly less dangerous than fucking heroin, which is significantly less dangerous than meth. Okay? Way, way, way less dangerous. Do not fearmonger, scaremonger, and spread misinformation about DIY HRT because you are doing damage to the people who need that shit, to people who might otherwise die because their state is run by fucking fascists and is banning their ability to get health care. This channel is not about teaching people how to do DIY HRT. This is not a medical channel. This is a political channel. However, there are tons and tons and tons of places, including DIYHRT.wiki, where you can get access to harm reduction education, where you can learn all of the science that can keep you safe if you are someone who finds yourself in one of these situations. This is one of the reasons why we have DIYHRT.wiki saved in our chat. And the reason for that, of course, is because people need to know how to be safe. And being safe saves lives. You want to know what doesn't save lives? Fucking fear-mongering, lying, and being a fucking bloviating asshole on Twitter. Keep in mind that there are lots of medical clinics that publish this information for free. Legitimate, state-approved clinics that publish this information on their websites for free. And the reason they do that is because they know that they are in the business of trying to save people from harm. It is obvious that the answer is harm reduction and ensuring that people have access to safe HRT. To safe access. Because the truth is, as we already know, if you just look for 2 seconds into the history of trans people, that trans people, because of the pain of dysphoria, very often choose to seek out HRT on their own, even if they don't have doctors who will help them, even if they are too poor to get doctors to help them, even if they live in an area that persecutes them. We know this. We know this because there is an abundance of research on this. There is an abundance of historical documentation on the fact that trans people do it. They just do. And you might be able to sit from your fucking Twitter fucking armchair. You might be able to sit from mom's basement, from your musty ass basement and go, oh yeah, well, if they were a good trans, they would go to the doctor like me with my mom's health care and get everything taken care of. But the truth of the matter is, not everyone lives in fucking mom's basement with mom's health care, asshole. Some people live in fucking crazy states where, and I don't just mean states of the United States, I mean states worldwide. Some of them live in fucking states where it's outlawed, where they don't have any other option but to suffer under dysphoria, to suffer not living as themselves, to suffer with a body that hurts them, or they go DIY. So if you actually give a shit, all of you out there who actually give a shit, if you actually give a shit, you would propagate safe materials. You would propagate harm reduction. You would propagate safe access, and you would support those who are doing it safely. Because the reality is you are never going to convince trans people who are being tortured by their bodies to not try and find a solution to that. We already know the science around this. We know how high the suicide rate gets for people who are unable to treat their gender dysphoria, okay? As it turns out, living in a body that you hate, living in a body that tortures you, does some damage to your mind. It makes you feel horrible. It makes you lose will to live. And personally, me being a good person and not a stupid, bloviating piece of shit on Twitter, actually gives a shit about people living a good life. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me that people like accuse me of being like the Walter White of estradiol, which is hilarious because I don't even fucking do that shit. Like I don't even do that shit. Never have. But people accuse me of all this shit, and meanwhile, there's a bunch of assholes spreading misinformation on the internet so they can act smug while they then drive over to the pharmacy and collect their HRT with fucking mom's credit card. People like that need to shut the fuck up. I hope that answers all of your questions about DIY HRT. Let's go through a quick run through so that nobody misses anything. One, there are a lot of myths and misinformation about DIY HRT. Most DIY HRT is bought directly from reputable manufacturers, often the same exact manufacturers that your own pharmacy, your own official pharmacy in town buys from. That is where the vast majority of medicine comes from. That is just a reality of our current world. There are enormous drug manufacturers, and most of them do not care who they sell to. That is where most of it comes from. Secondly, even if you are buying from because of necessity, even if you have no other option but to buy from a sort of gray market HRT situation, provided that this place isn't a complete hole in the wall, and provided this place isn't being extremely sus towards you, you can not only get your HRT tested if you really need to, you can actually pay a lab to do that, but also, as long as you are delivering it carefully, and as long as you know how to keep track of your own body, you can do it quite safely. The dangers of HRT are not as high as some people on the internet want you to believe. In fact, hormones, being a naturally produced chemical in your body, are relatively low risk. Now, there are some risks involved with all drugs. That includes testosterone, that includes estradiol, and you should be educated on those risks. But you cannot be educated if people are spreading misinfo. There you have it. Hope that helps, everybody. Hope that helps. Fawn, it's time to cook. Yeah, exactly. Also, for the record, I have known a ton of people who have done DIY HRT, and I am not kidding you when I say that the DIY HRT that they purchased was from the exact manufacturer that I got my HRT clean, clean through a pharmacy. I'm not kidding you. Like, I've known numerous people, and you get the box, and it's literally the same people. It's from the same manufacturer. It's fucking... People spread so much misinformation about DIY. So ridiculous. Also, one last thing on the DIY topic. Did you know that there are a ton of online labs that allow you to get your blood taken at like a LabCorp. You can pay like $50. You can drive into a LabCorp. You can drive in with a online prescription, and LabCorp can draw your blood and give the samples out to that place, and they'll send them to you. You can do that. You can get prescriptions online to have your blood work done by a local lab. There are independent labs all across America. There are even labs that will do it just if you ask. There are certain states where you can just go to a LabCorp and you can ask for a hormone panel, and they will just do it for you, so you can track your own levels if you need to. So remember that. And keep that in mind if you find yourself in that situation. It is very good to do your blood levels because it will warn you if there is something amiss. Although I will tell you, of course, the risk is significantly lower for estradiol for most cases. Anyway, there you have it. Yeah, LabCorp kind of sucks, but whatever. The DIY discourse I saw today was that it's privilege for trans women to endorse DIY when testosterone is a controlled substance. Testosterone, I just said in this segment that testosterone being a controlled substance is fucking bullshit, but you also have to be wise about what you're actually saying, and you actually have to know the information that you're saying. A controlled substance does not mean that you're going to get a Fed kicking down your door because you ordered some testosterone. That's not how that works. You have to actually do your research on that and know what the risks are. It's literally just doing misinformation. People saying that type of shit are fear-mongering. That's what we call fear-mongering. It's telling people that if you're a trans man, then you're doomed. And that is bad. That is very, very bad thing to be doing. To be telling trans men that they're doomed, even though that's not true. Dude, they sell testosterone for middle-aged men going through the cis male version of menopause. Yep, they do. As it turns out, just because something is a controlled substance does not mean that there isn't any way to get access to it safely. And I'm not endorsing that you break the law. I don't think you should. You should always, if you can, go through a safe and reputable route. Always. If it's available to you, you should always do that. But I believe that you have a ethical, moral, and scientific right to take care of your body, even if your state is crazy and has banned HRT. Yeah, people are calling it menopause. Yep. No one is, the people who are trying to make this like schism between trans women and trans men are fucking grifter assholes. I shouldn't even call them grifters. They're like too stupid to be a grifter. If you're trying to create a split and say that like you're being privileged, that's Fed shit. Are you fucking kidding me? That is the most Fed shit I can ever imagine. Oh my God, you propagating harm reduction information is actually discriminating against me. What are you fucking talking about? Fucking glowy ass motherfucker. Holy shit. Talk about fucking COINTELPRO infighting bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Look at how woke I am. I'm saying that harm reduction is actually privilege. What a moron. People like that, by the way, people like that are the exact opposite of what I've been talking about this entire stream. You guys remember 2 segments ago when I was telling you that you need to take action, that now is the time to band together and fight for one another's rights? People who do this shit, people who do, actually, you're being privileged by trying to teach people how to be safe and not get sick and not die while fascists are trying to kill us. Actually, that's privilege. Those types of people are doing the literal opposite of everything that I believe in. Genuine morons. Simple. Oh yeah, and if there's anybody saying that, you should send them this segment. This segment will absolutely be published. You should send that to them, and you should specifically make a clip of me calling them a stupid, damaging moron, and that they should shut the fuck up and stop talking, because they absolutely should. If somebody is going out there fear-mongering and doing disinformation and trying to fucking intentionally create rifts between trans men and trans women over this issue, they are your ideological opponent. Those people should be dunked into the ground and mocked. Niana with the $5 says, after the whole fucking quote-unquote supply chain discourse, it's so painful to see how quickly and sharply you were validated completely. Yep, I know. This is the gift of prophecy, and you all get to see me fucking predict the future a year before it happens for the rest of your existence. That's the blessing of being an imp. You guys get to be tuned in. It's like you guys happen to live in Delphi, and you just get to hang out with the Oracle every single day. Based, Vor buddy. Based. Delphi was a city that was famous for having a prophetess who lived there in Greek myth. Oh. All right, everybody. I want to react to something. We haven't done a react. Do we know any really trans-friendly states or cities? Because I need to fucking move from Arkansas, and I'm sure lots of others need to figure out a place too. Seattle. Seattle's a good one. Burlington, Vermont is a good one. There's a whole map of really good places. But yeah, Portland, Oregon is a really good place. Basically any of those places. Washington, Massachusetts, Vermont, Oregon. Any of those places are going to be pretty safe right now. I think Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken. Seattle has constitutional protection for trans people. It was ratified into law last year. There is now constitutional protection. There was a constitutional amendment that guarantees rights for trans people. That's true, Ruby Red, but we're talking about safety, so. Yeah, Aaron Reed has a map. Oh yeah, Seattle also banned caste-based discrimination. It's actually really impressive. It is the first municipality in the United States. Actually, I think it's the first oh yeah, you said, that's what you were just saying. The first municipality outside of South Asia to ban caste-based discrimination. Yep. Yep. Pretty poggers. Washington is somewhat fiscally conservative, but is socially progressive. It's really socially progressive, and I have to say I like it here. Isn't Washington also one of the most pro-Second Amendment states in the Union, like relatively lax gun laws compared to most other states on or near the coast? It is fairly pro-Second Amendment. There are a few issues here in the state, but yes, by and large, it is a fairly pro gun rights state, which is good. Yep, Washington has very lax gun laws compared to a lot of other liberal states, which is, in my opinion, based, especially given the current state of affairs in this country. Armed minorities are much harder to oppress. True. They're not gonna fuck with us if we got our fucking blasters powered up. We'll see about that, Infernatrix. We'll see about that. No, I can't do that one. I want to react to like a debate. Has there been any good debates lately? I got one react segment in me. We got anything we can react to? I've been gone on the road for a couple of days. Has there been any good debates to react to? Does anybody have any funny things that I can react to? Oh yeah, since you're doing trans topics, can you give the shout out to the Australia-wide protests happening over the next 2 weeks at the Posey Parker rallies? Yes, I have heard about that, but I don't know all the details. I have heard that basically no massive transphobe Posey Parker has been getting protested all across Australia, and that's fucking based. Debates have dried up lately. Oof. Why? React to Elden Ring DLC announcement? There's nothing to react to yet. They just announced it. There's not much to actually react to yet. There was something I wanted to react to, but I can't remember. This has nothing to do with politics, but it's funny. All right, let's see this meme. I'm gonna rate your meme. This is a meme rating. I hate saying it, but Destiny versus Aiden Ross, not a fucking chance in hell. That is the most insufferable thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
What is the tickle skin?
Glizzy.
That's it. Now you're not getting it for that.
Give me that!
I'm not giving it to you for that.
Cause you're gonna make me scream loud as fuck.
Yeah,
boy.
I guess I am. Do it. Get louder, cause I'm not giving it to you. Get your cat in the mic. There's nothing in this goddamn planet that'll make me get you that goddamn scream. Fucking scream.
What the hell? What the hell was I supposed to pull from that? What the hell on earth? What the fuck was I supposed to pull from that? I literally don't know what any of that is. Okay, that happened. Oh my dear God. Should we listen? Oh, you know what we could react to? We could react to the new philosophy tube. We haven't done the new philosophy tube. I haven't seen basically anybody react to that. That might be awesome. That would actually be sick as hell. I haven't even seen that yet. I can't stand her theater kid bullshit. Oh, hush, you. Oh, hush. Huh. That would actually be a good one. That could be a good one. Got a meme for me in chat? All right, let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see this.
I do not recognize this one. Muscle Man, is that you? I don't sound like Muscle Man. I do.
Bazinga.
I don't know enough about that for that to make any sense. Okay, we are reacting. Oh, we never watched the Mia Mulder one. Ooh, is masculinity in crisis? That also looks good. We've never watched a Mia Mulder video. I should react to the quartering segment that I just did. That would be a bit self-referential. I want to do something that's not. I want to do something that's not me. Ooh. Damn, these are so good. Okay, everybody, we're going to do a vote. React to Mia Mulder doing Tartaria.
All right, so today
This is a, oh, ooh, healthy gamer, ooh. Or we could do some Cooking Mama. We could do Cooking Mama. All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right, vote, 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 vote. The philosophy tube one is horny. I'm surprised only 4%. Oh my goodness. I say it's horny and all of a sudden it goes way up. Ooh, Cooking Mama's getting strong. Cooking Mama's oh, it's getting strong. Woo! We're doing Cooking Mama. It's looking like we're doing Cooking Mama. Yeah, Cooking Mama, based. All right, everybody, it's Cooking Mama. First, we're gonna do Auntie Fee's baked chicken. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, everybody. Hold on a second. It's time. Ooh, there's a new tasting history? Hell yeah. Oh, we gotta do that. Okay, I got what we're doing. Hope you had a fun road trip, Demon Mama. Glad you made it back safe. Thank you very, very much, Sheep. Thank you all for your support. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. Obviously, because of the way that travel worked out, I'm going to be kind of getting less income, you know, because of reasons. So if you can help out with that, it means the world to me. Thank you very, very much. The Cooking Mama trailer. We have a trailer? We have a trailer? Okay, this is a work in progress Cooking Mama trailer. Let's fucking check it out. I haven't even seen this yet. Let's do it. Let's watch it. Stop being a pause, Andy? No. Let me get this straight. There's a lot of new people in chat right now. If you try to backseat stream me, I'll roast you. And Lucas J, shut the fuck up. You're here to watch my stream.
You guys ready to take a peek at this meat?
Oh, here we go.
Let's take a
Oh,
peek.
this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Holy shit! It's even worse than I expected. It's a brick. There's a concerning smell around all of this. I don't even know. Was I lying? I can't believe I'm gonna say this. This looks good so far. Look, this took a fucking dark turn. We really gave DSP a chance. Look at how putrid it is. Watching this guy's video and seeing if the turkey's good, all right? Damn.
But we always make it the same. 2 tablespoons of ketchup, 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise. Finally, it's time to assemble our old-fashioned pussy burger. You put some sauce on the top bun, you add the iceberg lettuce, and there's your patty. Next, we're gonna add some pickles that we picked up at a supermarket.
Nice.
Fancy here. And finally, last but not least, you want to add some onions. But no fucking tomatoes! There is no fucking tomatoes on this fucking burger!
Did you get what you wanted from that? Did you? Did you get what you wanted? Do you feel satisfied now that you know what the pussy burger is? That's amazing! Danny, this is coming along so well! That's fucking sick! Wow! That's awesome! Okay, everybody. You got what you wanted. We have to do fresh, new Cooking Mama. My lovely imps, welcome to the part of the show where Demon Mama reacts to cooking, okay? A lot of bad cooking, a lot of disgusting cooking, and once in a while, some really, really good cooking. I'm very passionate about cooking. I think food is awesome, and I think that food is art. But sometimes, on the internet, we find ourselves in nightmare zones of cooking. You see, there are a lot of people out there who think who truly believe that they are excellent cooks, and then they go on to poison the entire dinner party. And what we do here on Cooking Mama is we witness it. We at least pay witness to the fact that that these poor souls that have to eat this nasty cooking, we're kind of just like there in spirit, you know? It's great. You know, so anyway, let's watch this. This is called Auntie Fee's Baked Chicken. Now, we've watched Auntie Fee before, and Auntie Fee and Tavis have actually cooked some really yummy food in the past. So I'm wondering whether this is gonna be good food or whether this is gonna be bad food. We're gonna have to find out, I guess. This is the first one. This is called Auntie Fee's Baked Chicken. Let's find out.
What are we doing now?
Okay, this is a bag of chicken, okay? And see that say First Street, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now I prefer this kind of chicken, okay? Because this is some good ass chicken, okay? It ain't all fat and nothing like that there. So this is what I'm gonna do with this here. Watch this here, real easy. Okay. Now notice I didn't tear the bag because I'm gonna put it back in the bag. Come on over here. Okay. This is frozen chicken, okay? You want it frozen.
No, God, no. That's disgusting. This one is sitting in the drain. No.
But you want to wash it off, okay? Wash it off. It's not, I don't know how many this to feed or whatever, but somebody just want to know how to cook something really good, wash it off. Okay, now this chicken is still frozen, okay? Now this is what we're going to do. Watch and see, really good.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I have to tell you, one of the things I try to do when we're doing Cooking Mama, for those who are new to Cooking Mama, is I always try to tell you the reasons why you shouldn't do a thing if there's a thing that you shouldn't do. Sinks are filthy, okay? They are disgusting. They are filthy, okay? They are not clean. You wash things in a sink with soap so that it goes down the drain, but the sink itself, even if you're really good, even if you scrub the sink really well, they are not clean places. If you don't believe me, then I dare you. Do the clean sink challenge. Take your finger, run it around the inside of your sink, and then lick it and see how sick you get, okay? Don't do this. That was a joke. That was a joke. Do not do that, okay? The reason being is you will get sick. You wash dirty things in a sink. The sink itself is not clean. You clean the things in the sink and everything washes down the drain. And the worst part about this, as we have seen as we were watching this, is that the chicken has touched the actual drain itself. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever actually taken a good look into your drain, but let me tell you that even if you are very, very, very good about cleaning your sink, drains get disgusting, okay? The way that drains are designed, they have cracks and creases that fill with bacterial life. That chicken is scooping up contaminants like nothing else. This is so far a biohazard rating. This is like the maximal level. This is like, what the hell? This is like the highest rating of the SCP. Oh my God, like what the hell is it? It's I don't even remember. What are they called? I can't even remember it right now. I'm blanking. It's fucking, it's danger levels. This is like Chernobyl level biohazard. Yeah, Keter is like the highest one. Holy shit.
Good. Bring your ass on. Make sure you don't miss nothing. Okay.
What is that?
Okay, this is seasoned salt. But
no!
If you like, you don't like to use all this and make you sick, don't use too much of it then. But I'm showing you. Get down in here in the sink. Okay. Okay, put some on there. Okay. Now, that was seasoned salt. Now, this is paprika. Now, paprika is only for some color and make it look good. It don't do nothing for no seasoning. Okay, that's paprika. This is black pepper. I'm finna show you. This is black.
Never, ever, ever do this. Do not do this. Whatever you do not fucking do this. Okay? Never do this. Never mix anything in the sink. Get a clean bowl. Mix it there. Okay? Never. This is the worst thing that you can possibly do. These things are all stewing in their own contaminants. This is horrible.
Black pepper. And this is...
Actually, you know what? Let me add some illustration to this. One time, way back in like 2017, I think it was 2017. Yeah, I think it was 2017. Or maybe even 2016. It actually might have been 2016. I got salmonella. I got salmonella from food that I ate at a restaurant while traveling. I don't remember all the details of where we got it. It was while we were traveling. I got salmonella. And let me tell you, it was very bad, okay? It was a miserable, miserable experience. I was sick for about a month. I could not sit up. I was nauseous perpetually for about a month. I was dehydrated. I was in agony. It was one of the most agonizing experiences of my entire life. Getting salmonella was so horrible. It was like food poisoning that never ended. Don't get salmonella, okay? So that's rule number 1. Rule number 1 is don't get salmonella. And rule number 2 is this will give you salmonella. So whatever you do, never, ever do this. What are the symptoms of salmonella? Nausea, stomach pain, severe diarrhea, and dehydration. It sucks, okay? I was sick for a literal month. It was horrible, okay? It's bad. I'm glad I survived too, but it was very, very difficult. And literally, I only survived because basically I moved to a liquid diet of like coconut water, Pedialyte. Basically, I was on a liquid diet for like a month and toast. I would occasionally eat toast. It was genuinely terrible. You really will be miserable for 30 days straight. Yes, it is very bad. Do not eat the sink meat. Let's continue.
Garlic salt. A lot of people, if you don't, it's optional to use this shit if you don't want to use it. Okay? Now, this is parsley. Dry parsley. Okay? You see that shit right there? This motherfucker make any motherfucking thing taste good. Okay? I'm gonna open it. I ain't got time to be
Parsley
waiting on
is
sprinkles
good.
and all that. See that? Sprinkle it on there like that there. Okay.
What the hell?
You got an option on this shit here, okay? Okay. What you gotta do, please look at this here, okay? You mix all this up.
No!
See the water in there and all that kind of shit there? See that? You mix all of this up really good. Okay. Now, make sure you all ready.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is one of the worst I've ever seen. This is one of the worst I've ever seen.
Shit, because that shit make a pretty color to the shit. Okay, anyway, you got that like that there. Then you got an option. You say, okay, now do I want a gravy with this or I don't want a gravy? Okay? This, and you can put this in the oven like it is. You won't get no gravy, and it'll still have a little juice to it. It'll be moist. Always gonna be moist, okay? Or if you want a little gravy to it, you take your this is my flour here. And look how much you...
By the way, just note that she has been touching the chicken this entire time. She's been wiping her hands around in there, touching the chicken, and then going over and picking up the shakers. She also touched the handles of the sink and has not washed her hand in between. This is a contamination nightmare. She has contaminated, she has put poultry bacteria all over the bottles, the seasonings, the handles, just terribly.
Spray on this little bit of shit right here. You looking down in there, Tavis? Okay, I'm gonna show you how much to put on there. Sprinkle just a little bit on top of it, like that there. It's gonna make its own, you don't have to use no water, nothing. It's gonna make its own water, gravy, because the chicken is frozen. And we didn't throw it out. So it's gonna make some water and to add with this. That's all you need. This right here, and you take this right here and put it back in the bag. Put it back in the bag. until you get ready, you can put it, zip it back up in the freezer. Wait a minute, let me put all this in there and show you. Because some people, I ain't going too fast for y'all, because I hope not. Okay, clean this thing out, and then let me just show you. And you take this and zip this back up.
She just wiped her fingers through the drain.
Zip it back up.
Contaminants.
Take the air out of it. Okay, this here, put it back in the freezer.
Literally, as Sockdon Left points out, they could have just spiced it in the bag. She didn't even need to take it out of the bag. She could have just dumped all the spices into the bag and then shaken it. She already said it's ice, it's frozen, so it does have water in it. Literally, what?
I promise you, when you get ready for this, take it out of here. Don't have to break it up and put it in a pan. Put it on 350. Cook for about 2.5 hours. 3 hours if you want it to just fall off the motherfucking bone. I swear this shit will. So that's where you do this here. In 3 hours, you don't have to add nothing. When it come out,
3
it's
hours?
got gravy and everything. You don't got to do it.
3 hours? At 3 hours at 350, no fucking shot. No fucking shot. Those will be fucking charcoal.
A motherfucking thing, we'll get you a little corn or something you want to put on the side. I'm just, oh Lord, this food just got me so, and everybody want to see this and shit, so therefore I gotta make sure it's real good, and I tell you everything, because I don't want your motherfucker.
It will kill the bacteria. That's true. At 3 hours, all of the bacteria should be dead, and all you have to think about is the fact that you are eating drain boogers. You're eating drain butter. It's no bacteria is left in it, but you know you get the yummy flavor of the drain butter.
Is calling me about a motherfucking thing, and you be like, yeah, she said it. She said that's all you had to do with it. So put it in the freezer or take it out before you go to work and put it on the counter. And if it thaws out, that's even better. Then
no, that is not better. That is not better. That is worse. If it thaws out, it's gonna be all of that bacteria is gonna come to life. Are you fucking crazy?
You can cook it later on for your family. Now that's that on that one there.
Oh my God, she just rinsed her hands. All she did was rinse her hands and then wipe it on the towel.
And when it come out, it's got.
Look,
oh Lord,
watch.
This food just got me. Make sure say that's all you had to do with it. So get out before you go to the counter. Better. Then you can cook it later on for your
Rinse
family.
and
Now
wipe
that's that on that one there.
all of that bacteria right on that hand towel. And if she hangs it back up, then she wipes the. Oh my fucking God. Oh my dear God. Oh no, she did it again. She's done it again. Why? Should we watch another Auntie Fee? What's this one?
Alright, so today I'm finna piss some people off. Y'all be in my comments trying to piss me off, so it's only right.
This was from 4 months ago. This is from 4 months ago. Now we have to see if these people are grifters or not. Let's see it.
Right that I come back and piss y'all off. Today we making sing chicken. Now for those that know, they know. For those that don't, they all gonna find out today. I just washed my chicken and took all the feathers and cleaned it. So now, I'll put it right here. Now don't ask me why I didn't put the shit in the bowl. I didn't want to put it in the bowl, okay? If you want that shit to taste like your grandmama shit back in the day, then you gotta do it this way. If not, hey.
Toilet cleanser. Everybody, as you all know, toilet cleanser will perfectly, if you spray a little bit of that shit on there and you rinse it down, not only is there no risk of contaminating your actual chicken with dangerous chemicals, but hey, it also will definitely kill all of the bacteria that's been festering in your disgusting fucking kitchen. I am vegan pilling the entire chat. Yes, everybody, the top secret is that Cooking Mama was a vegan psyop to get you all to forever stop eating meat. And it's succeeding. Let's continue.
So we're gonna take our seasoning salt. Put a little seasoning salt on there. Okay? Don't be scared to season your shit. Then we gonna
Just use a bowl. I promise you, your grandmother's chicken was not good because it was made in a filthy fucking sink. Nor is it good because it was made in a sink with fucking industrial grade toilet cleaner. None of those things are what made your grandma's chicken good. What made your grandma's chicken good is fucking nostalgia and the fact that she probably bought it at fucking Popeyes or KFC 5 minutes before dinner and didn't tell you.
take some black pepper. Take the black pepper. Then we're gonna take a little garlic salt.
Evil Mushroom 334 says, what the hell did I tune back into? I'm so sorry. You've tuned back into a segment of Cooking Mama where we are witnessing true cooking horrors. So please sit down and keep your arms and legs inside of the vehicle at all times, and you will be safe. I assure you, the food cannot hurt you. It can only induce a sense of disgust. But it's for your own good. Because if you are disgusted by what you see here, you won't repeat the mistakes in real life. See? It's advanced. This show is an advanced level of learning.
Not a lot of this because this shit can get real salty. Okay? We're going to take our onion powder.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Holy shit.
And then we're going to take a little...
That's a lot of onion powder. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of onion.
Garlic powder.
Oh my God.
Okay? And after this, we need to add our flour. Just a little bit, just to make our gravy and stuff. So you want to do that like that. Flour, now we just going to mix this shit up all together. Okay?
Oh.
Mix it up.
I'm sorry. I kind of feel like this is a grift. Like, don't you feel like they had viral success with the video, and so they're just doing it again to get more clicks for their channel? Like, this feels like they're intentionally doing something that they know is wrong now, and they're doing it because they know that it will, like, generate clicks, and it's kind of succeeding right now. Adam Ragusia did a video on the history of meat washing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe we'll watch that. I actually don't know about anything about the very basics of, like, kitchen meat washing. I've never really understood people who, like wash the meat in the sink from the bag. I don't know. Let's continue.
Now I'm gonna add me some paprika on here.
Wait, Auntie Fee died? Wait, is that for real? Oh my God, Auntie Fee is dead. Well, all right. Was it from food poisoning? No, it was from a heart attack. Let's continue.
Remember, this shit is for the color.
Nah, this guy made this 4 months ago. It's okay. It's the video is still funny. Okay. Did she die 4 months ago? No, she died in 2017. So she died like years ago. Well, look, I don't want to speculate at anything whatsoever. There is all kinds of reasons you can have a heart attack. Nobody is immune to having a heart attack, okay? But I will say that having multiple bouts of food poisoning does do damage to your organ systems. So regardless, you should avoid getting food poisoning as much as possible, okay? That's as simple as that, okay? Let's laugh at the sink chicken now.
In your chicken, I have forgot one last ingredient, that is the dry parsley. You don't want to forget this step. You want to add your dry parsley in there, because this makes a big difference when you're doing this shit, you know. And like I said, all these ingredients, these just my ingredients, so you don't got to make your shit.
Well, now he's using a bowl. Why did he switch to a bowl? Why didn't he just use a bowl to begin with? It's almost like the sink doesn't actually matter and they're just doing that for clicks.
This way you can do your shit any way you please. So don't get on here talking about what don't go in here and what can you put in. This is my chicken that I'm making for my family, so I can do as I please.
Okay, dude, my family, my rules doesn't really apply to actually poisoning your family, okay? I'm sorry. I acknowledge that your techniques are significantly better than Auntie Fee's. Like, you actually cleaned out your sink and you also didn't touch an open drain. You put like a plug into the drain. So obviously this is significantly safer than the last one, but that's not a huge improvement. The bar was so low.
Now it's time to put our chicken in the pan. We're just gonna line these bad boys up like this. Mind you, it's just my way. Y'all ain't gotta do them nothing like this if you don't want to. You can do this shit any way you want to please. I ain't gotta go in here a certain type of way or none of that.
This video is very defensive. The defensive energy does not sell this recipe very well. Being like, well, hey guys, you can do it however the fuck you want, but I'm gonna do it this way. You can do it however you want. If you don't like the chicken, if the chicken makes you and your family hospitalized, that's between you and God, not me, dude. This is how I do it. Just because I have a strong stomach and your family has a weak gut biome because you don't eat like the sewer droppings. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's food safety cancel culture. Holy shit, dude.
I'll line these bad boys up like this. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Damn, I thought I had enough room, so. Now we ready for the next part. It's time for the colorful shit now. So we're gonna take our chopped up bell peppers. Let's put them all around on here.
Okay. All right.
We're going to take a little melted butter, just a little bit, and we're going to drizzle it. So now you want to take a little bit of water and pour it in the corners. Don't pour it directly on top of the chicken because you don't want that to knock off the seasoning. This right here is how we're going to make as far a little gravy at the bottom. And you might have to add as you go because it might dry out, but you don't want to do too much. That's about how much water we're going to start off with. If I need to add as I go, I will. Right now, I don't want to do too much. So now our chicken is ready to go in the oven now. So I got everything, got to put a lid on top of it. You can use foil however you want. We're going to put this in the oven for 2 hours on 350. You can do 3 hours if you want the best. You want the shit to fall off the motherfucking bone, then you know to do it for 3 hours on 350. But I'm going to do mine for 2.5 hours because the people I'm trying to feed, they want to eat. See all that right there? So I'll turn that over into the gravy. It's only at 2.5 hours. I'm going to let it cook for about another 30 more minutes because I want it to fall a little more.
Okay.
Y'all see how it's just ripping up like that. Please share and subscribe. The people that's mad, I need y'all to...
So he ended up doing it for 3 hours after all.
Keep talking about it because I already know what y'all on.
Okay, I will say, this is what I remember. I remember the last time we watched Auntie Fee and Tavis, I remember coming away and saying that this guy's food actually looked good. It was, let me see if I can find it. I think it was a burger video, like a smashed burger that he did. I wonder if I can remember. I swear to God, it was this guy. And we were like, his food was good. So maybe he's just a better cook. Because that looked way better than Auntie Fee's. Like, Auntie Fee's was sus as fuck, and there were so many contaminants. Cannabis macadamia butter. Steak pizza sandwich. Auntie Fee's fish sandwich. I don't remember what it was called. I swear to God, he did like a smashed burger or something. Yeah, Tavis. Tavis seemed like he's like actually like a really good cook, but I'm not 100%. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to judge too hard. That first one was atrocious. This one was much better. I still do not understand. I still think that the sink thing is for a meme. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I have a search bar? Yeah, I do, but... Maybe it wasn't this guy. Oh yeah, we watched her how to feed 7 people with just $3, and this one was interesting. Maybe it wasn't a smash burger. Maybe it was something else. Huh. I don't know. We did watch her $3 feed 7 people with $3, and I remember concluding that this one was fine. It's a real thing. The washing of the meat. Okay, let's watch this. Can we actually react to?
There is broad agreement among public health experts in the United States and Europe that you generally should not wash meat before you cook it.
Let's find out. Let's learn together, okay? Let's learn together. I want to find out the truth about washing meat.
Hardly the most dangerous thing that you can do in your kitchen, but washing meat probably creates more health hazards than it prevents. It splashes raw meat juice around your kitchen where it can get on your raw food or on your hands. And it sends droplets or aerosols of raw meat goo up into the air where they can enter your body directly. Scientists have done observational studies where they asked people to do what they normally do in the kitchen. Some people washed the meat under the faucet, which is the really bad thing, very splashy. Some people did it in a bowl. People cleaned and sterilized after they were done, but, well, here's Shauna Henley at the University of Maryland's Department of Nutrition and Food Science.
The current USDA study right now, they're showing that even if you say you clean your sink out, there's still potential for bacteria to hang out in the sink. So if you're washing something else in your sink, you don't know if cross-contamination's occurring, because it could take as few as 10 bacteria cells to make someone sick based on their health status.
See, I've heard in the past that you don't want to wash meat because of the splashing, but I'm interested to find out the rest. Like, the splashing alone is interesting. That's the only thing I've ever really known about washing meat. I guess we're going to find out the rest, but this is very interesting.
Germs or parasites on the surface of the meat that you could conceivably wash off are gonna die as soon as you cook it, so don't bother washing it. That is the advice that public health people in the US and Europe have been promulgating in recent years as all this research has been emerging. But a lot of home cooks remain skeptical. This is a very culturally charged issue, and in this video we're going to consider the cultural dimension, why some people feel particularly strongly about washing meat. In fact, these guys and I undertook an original research project on people's meat washing attitudes and practices, the results of which we will present here. And I don't think any of us are proceeding from the assumption that meat washers are just rubes who need to be set straight. People have reasons for doing what they do, and it's not all about germs. The initial public health messaging on this topic was, I think it's fair to say, not very culturally aware.
Lucia will never be able to wash off all the bacteria that may be present. And
you could certainly say as much about some of my prior videos on this topic. Much of the United States Department of Agriculture's public outreach research on meat washing came via a digital platform called Ask Karen. Karen was a fictional character created to personify the friendly consumer advice that the USDA provides. And when they rolled her out in 2011, Karen had not yet become what it is today. A pejorative to describe a clueless and entitled white lady, but it kind of fits, right? They have since ditched the character. So, elephant in the room, white people
That's amazing.
are less likely to wash their meat than other kinds of people. That is a finding of some research, including our research, and also some done by Shauna Henley.
And my dissertation at Drexel University was basically telling people, don't wash your chicken.
This research involved doing focus groups with people around Philadelphia, where Drexel is. Quite a lot of people of color there, and Henley says the folks she spoke to were very receptive to the scientific message she presented.
A couple years later, someone will see me be like, I remember you, you're the chicken girl. I still wash my chicken. But I'm like, at least you know why. And they laugh and they know too. But we also found too that a lot of people, when they're washing or soaking raw poultry, it wasn't for bacterial purposes. It was more of getting rid of slime, getting rid of fat, and other things that they perceived were on the chicken that they didn't want there when they cooked it.
So what are all those specific concerns about? Well, let me show you what we found out. I enlisted the help of a couple professors at Middle Georgia State University. This is my buddy Chris Savadawa, a public health guy. He's Hopi, Native American, grew up on reservation. What does he do with meat?
I usually wash it, and you know, it's kind of, it's habitual.
And this is Michael Gibbons, sociologist, white guy from the Midwest. He actually worked for a while in a poultry processing plant.
I don't wash meat if it feels or smells funky enough to need to wash. My wife will throw it away before I ever see it. She's very, very conservative.
So what Michael and Chris told me is that good survey research usually starts with a qualitative phase, that is interviews, focus groups, and such. As a practical matter, you usually can't do that kind of research on the scale that would yield scientifically, statistically valid results. You just can't interview enough people. The function of the qual phase of research is to explore the question a little bit and then get ready for the quant phase. That is where you craft an instrument, a survey that you can then put out to a whole lot of people and get statistically significant results. And basically my qualitative phase was TikTok. I have a strikingly global and diverse audience there, and I got hundreds of comments from people absolutely disgusted by the idea that somebody wouldn't wash their meat. And again, it's very anecdotal, but I was struck by the number of comments I saw from people of, for example, Caribbean and Middle Eastern origin who said that they wash meat to get rid of a raw smell. There's even an Arabic word for that, zencha. Thanks to everybody on Twitter who tried to teach me how to pronounce that. I'm sure I'm still butchering it. Zencha. It's apparently infamously untranslatable, but a lot of people describe zencha as this kind of raw chickeny smell, even a putrid smell. And these commenters said that when they wash meat, they don't mean running it under the sink. They mean you put it in a bowl, you rub it down with citrus or vinegar or salt or even flour I've seen people use. Then you submerge the chicken and let it soak for a while in this solution that I would call a brine or a marinade, but this is what a lot of people in the world call washing. This, they say, gets rid of that raw smell and taste, and then you can cook it. Oh hey, check out my new 10-inch stainless steel skillet, courtesy of the sponsor of this video, Misen, whom I'll now briefly thank. Pans in this very modest price range are never remotely this
I can understand people calling that washing, but to me that seems like a, it seems like a brine. That absolutely seems like a brine, you know?
Too cool yet. Stay activity, both of convert raw flavors into cooked flavors. Cooking is generally a really good way to do that. What does washing have to do with raw tastes? Well, here's a theory. I couldn't find any research on the historical origins of this particular washing practice, but here's my hypothesis. This seems to be particularly popular within cultures originating in particularly hot climates. Meat starts to go bad a lot faster in the heat, which means that in the days prior to refrigeration, people in much of the Middle East or Africa or the Caribbean Caribbean would have been especially likely to be dealing with meat that has a gross smell. And mind you, that smell of spoilage is not necessarily the smell of foodborne illness. You can't smell salmonella, which is part of the reason why it's so dangerous. That off smell is from relatively harmless spoilage reactions, oxidation, rancidity, enzymatic breakdown, and the work of less dangerous classes of bacteria like Pseudomonas, which create gross smells, and a ropey slime on the surface of meat as it sits around for a long time and develops it. Things like vinegar and citrus and salt can go a long way toward removing those gross smells, or at least covering them up. But mind you, they probably don't do very much to actually kill dangerous bacteria.
Typically, the concentration isn't high enough. The amount of time that that concentration is exposed to your raw poultry really isn't going to do as much good as you're hoping it would.
Now, let's stipulate that people living in the modern Middle East have access to refrigerators and fresh chickens, so it's not that they're all dealing with rotten food all the time, but rather what I'm hypothesizing is that given the climate there, there's a more recent cultural memory that people have, a cross-generational cultural memory of dealing with...
This is a really, really good video. This is a really, really good video.
Off smelling or tasting meat. And that memory has resulted in this kind of heightened cultural sensitivity or awareness of even the slightest off smell from a chicken. Just a hypothesis, though indeed, improving palatability is apparently a big motivation among meat washers responding to the survey that I put together with the Middle Georgia State guys. I invited you to fill this out in an earlier video, and boy, a lot of you did.
13,000 respondents was very strong. A lot of the professional work I did, sometimes you'd have 300 or 500 respondents, and that would be a good result. So it says something about your reach, first of all.
But of course, the problem with that is that it's not a random sample like you'd normally try to assemble for a scientific study. We approached it more.
I don't think that was the one finger, but it looks fine.
Or like market research. You are my customers. And it is therefore not surprising that you are disproportionately like me. White, male, American, and relatively young. Like attracts like. Hardly surprising. However, enough of you filled out this darn thing that what our sample size lacks in randomness, it kind of makes up for in volume. Enough people who are not very much like me at all also filled this thing out that we can learn some interesting stuff.
People report not washing most meats, and when they do, it's fish and poultry. Interestingly enough, we did ask about other meats that were washed, and surprisingly, consistently across geographical regions, wild game, venison, things like kangaroo, squirrel, organs, and other meats, guinea pig.
That makes sense, right? People who are getting game are not dealing with meat that was factory processed and shrink wrapped and delivered to the supermarket hermetically sealed. They're dealing with like things that they may have even butchered themselves, things with like feathers and hair and blood and actual dirt and debris on them that needs to be washed off. Indeed, many of you who responded to the survey said that's what you're trying to remove, not pathogens, but actual dirt, debris, and of course blood. Cultural taboo against eating blood is pretty common. The Torah and the Quran, for example, both explicitly forbid eating blood. However, this is one case where I actually think a lot of people's concerns may be unfounded. I showed this clip on my TikTok and I got tons of comments saying, ew, look at all that blood, but it's not blood. In the meat industry, they call this purge. It's just water, juice from inside the muscle, and a lot of it leaks out into the packaging with time. The meat purges. The pink color in it is myoglobin, which is a protein that stores and transports oxygen inside your muscles. It's not the same thing as hemoglobin, which is what makes blood red. Similar things, but they're just fundamentally different. Meat juice is not blood. And if you've got a problem with eating myoglobin-filled purge, then you've got a problem with eating meat, because this is the liquid that's inside all meat. This is the juice that makes meat juicy, and it's the stuff that comes out during cooking and that you might later convert into a gravy. Anyway, down in the description there's links to all of our anonymized survey results. You can see the Google form responses and this PowerPoint the guys put together. Another interesting finding was an age corollary.
So just based on proportionality for 25-year-olds to 34-year-olds,
older people more likely to wash meat than younger people. We also, interestingly, found attitudes in general about food safety and hygiene got a lot more extreme when you looked at people coming from a certain type of household.
In large families, the fact that there were desperate people who were, least important and then high.
Our hypothesis is that if you're cooking for a really large family, you respond to that one of two ways. You either go super OCD, or you kind of go, screw it, I just gotta get dinner on the table somehow, and nothing I've done has killed any of us yet. Again, all our data is in the description. Our hope is that it can be the jumping off point for one of you out there to do some actual scholarly research with a randomized sample. However, when I announced this project in an earlier video, I was contacted by some scientists in Europe who are working on a study about meat washing and other home cooking practices and attitudes right now. It is a huge EU project called Safe Consume, where they are studying cooking practices that lead to 5 major foodborne hazards in Europe. This is Monica Truninger, a sociologist at the University of Lisbon, who has been going in with teams of scientists to document how Europeans cook in their own homes.
So it was in 5 countries: Portugal, UK, Romania, France, and Norway. And the Portuguese sample was 15 families. And we observed that 10 of our families, of our participants, they rinsed chicken. So that was something. And this was classified as the red tag from a microbiological point of view.
And remember, this is an ongoing research project, but looking at their preliminary findings, they have sort of a pretty glaring conclusion. Overwhelmingly, the chicken washers are in Southern and Eastern Europe: Romania, Hungary, Portugal, Italy. They're the ones washing their chicken. In contrast, almost nobody is washing chicken in Germany or the UK or Sweden. Why would there be such a strong difference along national lines?
We suppose it's because of some proximity to like a peasant society past.
A peasant society past. That's another scientist who's working on this, also at the University of Lisbon, Luis Junqueira.
In Southern Europe and Eastern Europe, most people's grandparents were, lived in largely peasant society. So I think we think it's something like that. So it's related to that proximity to that culture.
A culture in which most people were slaughtering their own meat or buying it from somebody in a big open-air market and dealing with a product that might have actual debris and blood and feathers and stuff on it. Most people in Portugal are buying their meat from the grocery store these days just like I am, but that cross-generational cultural memory of getting a very different kind of meat, a very different kind of way, is just more recent, and it informs current practices. It explains why a lot of people in a place like that might be more likely to wash their chicken even when scientists tell them not to. Certainly poverty has got to be a related phenomenon, right? If you're poor here in the US, yeah, your chicken is factory produced and shrink wrapped.
So the lesson is you don't really have to wash your chicken, but if you are insistent on washing your chicken, you should definitely not wash it in the sink. That's what I'm getting. That's the takeaway that I'm getting from this video, because the sink part, it just blasts poison. It just blasts toxic everywhere. Could you put up the link to this video? Abso-fucking-lutely. There you go. There's the link to the video for anybody who wants to go check it out themselves. This is actually super, super interesting.
But it might also be the manager's special, cheap meat that's been sitting around for a while, and it has that ropey slime caused by spoilage bacteria. People understandably want to wash that off. For what it's worth, several experts I've talked to about this topic say that a safer option might be to take a paper towel and use that to blot or scrape off anything undesirable that's on your meat. That paper towel is easy to dispose of safely, and from a cook's perspective, dry meat browns better, so yay. But do what is right for you and your context. Not everybody is living the same life. The one thing we should probably all stop doing is washing meat under the faucet. Most of you who wash meat said that you do it under running water, and that's probably the worst thing. If you're gonna wash, do it in the bowl. Xanderhal.
All right. That was a sick video. That was actually a really fantastic video. What a good recommendation. What a fascinating video. Wow. I feel like I learned a lot. Thank you, Adam Ragushia. I think that's the first Adam Ragusa video that I've ever watched. That was really, really good. All right, I think I got one more, okay? I want to watch together a good cooking video. This is called...
Back in my day,
This is called Tasting History with Max Miller, School Lunch from the Great Depression. That sounds amazing. I want to learn about school lunch from the Great Depression together. Let's do it. I love Max. Many of you will know that we've reacted to Max multiple times in the past, and it's always awesome. So, hell yeah.
cool thing to eat at school lunch was a Lunchable. But in 1934, it was peanut butter and tomato soup, a butter sandwich, a hermit cookie, and an apple and milk. So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as we make school lunch from the Great Depression, this time on Tasting History.
Wow. No.
So using an old menu
Max was not the guy who was gonna fuck the sandwich. That was somebody else.
In 1934, I'm going to put together an entire meal for a school lunch today, but really there are only two things I have to make, and that's the peanut butter and tomato soup and the hermit cookie. Now the menu, along with the recipes, come from the cookbook School Lunches with Recipes to Serve 50 Children. That title, To Serve 50 Children, kind of reminds me of that Twilight Zone episode.
To serve men, it's a cookbook.
But I assure you there are no children used as ingredients in either of these recipes. Rather, they are recipes for a lot of food to feed a lot of little kids. And I don't have any little kids around here, so I'm going to be cutting down the recipes. I'm going to make half of the cookies and just a quarter of the soup, and that's still enough soup to fill the biggest pot that I own. And so to make that soup, what you'll need is one number 10 can of tomatoes. This is a number 10 can of tomatoes. It's huge. It is 6 pounds, 6 ounces, or about 2.9 kilograms. The original recipe calls for 4 of these, so 1 is enough. 2/3 of a cup, or 75 grams.
Ada Stardust says, we should do Great Depression cooking with Clara sometime. It's an oldie but a goodie. We've watched Great Depression cooking with Clara many times. I actually have Clara's cookbook, believe it or not. It was, that was some ancient Cooking Mama history. I have the cookbook down on my bookshelf. Let's continue.
Grams of flour, 1 1/3 cup or 340 grams of smooth peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter, which I prefer, had come on the market just a couple years previous, but I'm guessing they used smooth peanut butter especially because it is a soup. Also, try to get it with no sugar added because they wouldn't have added a ton of sugar at the time. A 1/2 cup or 55 grams of chopped onions and 1 1/2 teaspoons of salt. Then the recipe says to press canned tomatoes through a sieve to remove the seeds. So I tried this and yeah, it didn't work, at least not for me. I'd say that my sieve was too fine, but any less fine and the seeds would have gone through, so that doesn't make any sense. And maybe they pureed it beforehand, so that's what I ended up doing. You know, you just kind of got to make it work, I guess. But once you get smooth tomatoes, mix a cup of it with the flour and the peanut butter until it is as smooth as you can get. Then add the onions and the remaining tomato into a large pot and heat it until it starts to boil. Take a bit of that hot tomato and add it to the peanut mixture, stirring it all together, and then add all of that into the pot with the rest of the tomato. Stir in the salt, and then it says cook for about 10 minutes, stirring constantly. Which is what I did, and it gives you just enough time to...
Why peanut butter? Well, peanut butter has a lot of protein in it, and it's very flavorful. I actually think this is probably good. Like, it might not be great, but it's probably good. There's lots and lots of recipes that include peanut butter that are delicious. Like, I mean, peanuts are just very versatile. And also keep in mind that like Max said, this would not have been sweetened peanut butter. Most peanut butter that you're thinking of has a fuckload of sugar in it. This would have been largely unsweetened peanut butter, so it would have been a savory peanutty flavor.
Get completely engrossed in a course from today's sponsor, Wondrium. Wondrium has thousands of scientists growing time in the kitchen, whereas in or go to England, and hermits, which I had never heard of. I guess they're actually still eaten in New England, but I had never heard of them, and everyone who does know of them says that they're pretty good, so I figured I'd give them a shot. So for
These
that, you'll need a
hermit
bowl to
cookies.
sift in 180 grams of flour with a 1/4 cup or 35 grams of dried skim milk, a half teaspoon of cinnamon, a half teaspoon of baking soda, and a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. Then whisk everything together and
I'm not familiar with the name hermit cookies. Maybe it's just not, maybe people just didn't call them that where I'm from.
add a half cup or 240 grams of chopped raisins and toss them into the flour mixture, coating them well. A lot of recipes for these call for currants, which are a little bit smaller, and it kind of makes sense because chopping raisins is rather tedious. Then cream together a half cup or 113 grams of butter with 3/4 of a cup or 160 grams of light brown sugar. Then add 2 beaten eggs and mix until smooth. Then add the flour mixture and gently mix until just combined. Then scoop the dough out onto baking sheets. And since we know that this will make 25 cookies, we'll know exactly how big the cookies would have been in 1934, and spoiler alert, they're a lot smaller than most modern cookies. But even so, bake them at 375 degrees Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius for 8 to 10 minutes or until they start to brown on top. And while they bake, make sure you're subscribed to Tasting History, which if you think about it is a little bit like school lunch because 1, you learn how to make food, and 2, you get lessons like this one.
I think raisins and cookies are great, and this seems like a pretty solid basic raisin cookie recipe. Seems fine.
So when that first school lunch happened is kind of hard to pin down. I mean, I'm sure somebody snuck some hummus and pita into one of Socrates' lectures. But when it comes to more of an organized school lunch, we have to look quite a bit later. Generally, it's accepted that it took place in Munich.
Alt Femboy says a jar of peanut butter is almost $10 in some stores in Canada. That is absolutely insane. Holy shit.
Germany in 1790 when the American-born Benjamin Thompson, better known as Count Rumford.
Oh, Hellhound says I'm a few seconds behind, but hermit cookies is a phrase that I used growing up in southern New England. Hermits are a thing you can buy at the store. Wow, that is awesome.
Organized meals to be served to poor children before they took lessons. Though the children only spent half of the day in classes, they spent the other half making uniforms for the military, just like when I was in kindergarten. In France, school lunches started as gifts from private donors such as the author Victor Hugo, who sponsored an entire school. But in 1867, the Minister of Public Instruction, Victor Duruy, established the first widespread lunch program at over 460 schools. And a decade later, school canteens opened up all over Paris. And these were publicly funded programs that would give hot meals to all of the students. Those who could pay would, and those who couldn't got them for free. And even in the 1870s, the people setting this up knew that kids were bullies and would pick on those kids who got free lunches, and so they made a sort of ticket system so that everyone was anonymous. It was pretty cool. Similar programs came about in what's now Switzerland, Holland, and Germany, though in Germany, when a bill was introduced in the Reichstag in 1897 to provide school lunches in all cities, it was defeated because it was thought that free lunch would entice people to move into the already crowded cities.
Bruh. That's how you know things are definitely going okay in your country in 1879. No, we can't give them free lunches. We need the kids to be starving or else they'll crowd the cities. Jesus fucking Christ.
For a nationwide program, we must look to England, where the Parliament passed the Provision of Meals Act, which aims at securing that for this purpose, suitable meals shall be available just as much for those whose parents are in a position to pay as for those to whom food must be given free of cost. And the meals tended to be quite nice, always including some sort of dessert, like a gypsy tart, a Manchester tart, a treacle pudding, or spotted dick. And I'm assuming that the school children of England found the name just as funny as I did. Spotted Dick. Now here in the good old US of A, it took us a little bit longer to get to a widespread lunch program, but there were local programs, like in 1853 when the Children's Aid Society of New York opened a vocational school for children living in poverty. And
bro, why they giving the kids AIDS? Bro, why they giving the kids AIDS though, bro? What?
Their attendance came with a meal. There were also penny lunches served in a handful of high schools in Philadelphia and Boston, and later in New York City there were 3 penny lunches because The cost of living in New York City is outrageous. But these programs didn't seem to take off. Most kids got their lunch by either going home at lunch and getting a meal there or bringing their lunch like I did when I was a kid. But the problem with that is that it leaves a lot of people out, i.e. all of the parents that aren't at home at lunch, or the parents who can't really afford to give their kid a meal to take to school. Then in
When I was in high school, the school that I went to did not have free lunches. So we always packed our own lunches, but that was because I went to this weird situation where in my state you could choose to go, like, if your school that you if your city that you lived in didn't have a high school, you could choose to go to any school. And I applied to a private school and I got accepted. And so the state literally paid for me to go to a private school. And at that private school, they didn't have free lunches because, you know, it's a fucking private school. I really enjoyed going to that school. And there were a lot of people who were in the same situation as me, but we just brought our own lunches. I would make lunch every morning before I went to school. It was just part of my morning ritual. I would wake up at like 5 a.m. I would make my own lunch, pack it away, and then go to school. It was interesting. When I was in middle school and stuff, though, then I got free lunches and stuff. It was only in high school when that was the case.
1904, Robert Hunter published a book called Poverty, which, among other things, pointed out that there must be thousands, very likely 60 or 70,000 children in New York City alone who often arrive at school hungry and unfitted to do well the work required. He asked, what's the point of truancy laws, which had become pretty standard, making the kids go to school if they are too hungry to actually learn while they're there? Also,
fucking good point. Isn't it wild how for a really fucking long time you could be criminally punished if your kid didn't go to school, but also the state was perfectly fine with starving your child?
I do think it's kind of funny that Robert Hunter, who spent his entire life concerned with poverty in America...
Yeah, as Gila Monster points out, conservatives to this day still hate and oppose free school lunch programs and don't want to fund them. Yes, it is an active struggle getting funding for school lunch programs. Actually demented. But again, we've already talked about how demented conservatives are in the United States, so we don't need to get off on that.
Ended up living in Montecito, California, which now is maybe the least impoverished place in the whole country. I mean, that's like the home of Prince Harry and Oprah. But it was because of that book and others from the time that there was a newfound effort to feed America's children. By 1912, over 40 cities had lunch programs, often making lunches in central kitchens, then delivering them to schools around the cities. But for those living in rural areas, a lot of the cooking was left up to the teacher. Enter the 1916 book, The Rural School Lunch, by Nellie Wing Farnsworth. She was of the opinion that the rural children actually had even a greater need for a hearty lunch than their city-dwelling counterparts, because the main meal on the farm was the midday meal, and while they were in school, they weren't at the farm to actually get it. Also, she says that they would have been extra hungry because many had to walk upwards of...
Arlo says, this guy is so fucking cute. I'm sorry, but holy shit. You don't have to be sorry. Everybody who watches Max Miller, Tasting History with Max Miller, always comes to the exact same conclusion, which is that Max Miller is crazy, crazy cute, and the fact that he's so smart and passionate about food only makes him cuter. It's okay. It's just the reality of watching this show.
6 miles uphill both ways in the snow. And she basically actually says that, and that's always what my grandpa used to say. I just thought that was kind of funny. Also, during the winter, it might be so cold that should a child bring their lunch carried in a basket or pail, it is often frozen. When the pail or basket is opened, it is found to contain cold pancakes, salt pork, cold potatoes, pie, and bottles of cold tea or coffee.
Okay.
Yes,
That's fucking real. That's so real. That is so goddamn real, okay? Listen, if you had to spend any time outside and you had a paper bag lunch, you better have made something that was designed to be cold because you're not gonna have a good time at all. Okay, I'm just telling you. Holy moly. Kids were drinking coffee? Wait a minute, hold on. Did you not have people drink coffee in like late middle school, early high school? I don't know. Maybe it's just a New England thing, but like where I'm from, people started drinking coffee when they were like in like late middle school, early high school. Like people would bring, yeah, no, Monster only. No, people are acting like this is freaky, as if fucking Zoomers don't pound Monster Energy. Coffee is like not shocking. Like, I don't know, like maybe it's just a New England thing. Like coffee is so warming and it gives you so much energy that like everybody I knew was drinking tea or coffee even like at a pretty young age. It's common. Why are people confused? Yeah, I don't know. Coffee stunts your growth, I thought? That's a myth. That's like an ancient myth. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It does not do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Hellhound says, we all drink iced coffee all year in New England anyway. Yeah, tons of people drink iced coffee. Like, I don't know. I remember people like people would bring those little Starbucks, those like glass bottle Starbucks things to school for freshman year of high school all the time. People would, one of the teachers at the school would make tea, coffee, and hot chocolate for students to just like have a study hall. If you were one of the students that got to school super early, you could always go to this. There was one teacher who you could always just go to his room and he would have tea, coffee, and hot chocolate available for people if you're one of the kids who has to get to school like super early because of the way your transportation works out. And it's pretty common. Anyway, let's continue.
It was not uncommon to give children coffee at the time, and I'm going to guess that a room full of over-caffeinated 8-year-olds...
Oh yeah, he was a absolutely sick-ass teacher. He was a English and creative writing teacher in my high school, and he was like a rock for so many students. His room was basically the classroom that like, honestly, that like the kids who didn't fit in elsewhere would hang out in. He was amazing. He was so good to the students. He really took care of them very well. Anyway, let's continue.
Really makes a teacher's job all that much harder. So it was determined that children should neither drink tea nor coffee, but milk, water, or cocoa. Even cocoa should not be served every day, as it provides a stimulant to many children. But since the kids were arriving at school with frozen food, it was actually up to the teacher to prepare a hot meal. This meant that they had to stock their classroom with, among other things, a 2-burner Blue Flame oil stove, a portable oven, a frying pan, kettles, egg beaters, and a 2-quart double boiler. Now that is a lot on a teacher's salary, but Miss Farnsworth had a solution. One rural school teacher had a shower, like a baby shower, but for school lunch. She basically went to the stores in town and made up a list of all the things that she needed. She then sent invitations to all the mothers and women interested in the school, inviting them for a social afternoon and asking that each one bring with her one or more of the utensils which had been selected. And I would like to say that this is a relic of the past and how ridiculous, but since I come from a family of teachers, I know that it's not. Granted, it's not lunch and cooking items, but it is still like scissors and crayons and other things for the classroom that the teachers have to gather money to pay for. It's kind of ridiculous. Now, this book on rural school lunches really encourages that the kids eat together at a table rather than kind of going all over and eating, outside or whatever. This would encourage, among other things, better table manners. It would help their conversation skills, and my favorite reason, mothers will take more pains in putting up the lunch when they know that it is to be exhibited before the other pupils as well as the teacher. That is...
Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
Is a mild public shaming to get mothers to send better quality lunches with their children. And so this was the status quo in the 19-teens and 20s. But then came the Great Depression. More children than ever were going hungry because their parents were all out of work, and so the parents couldn't afford the food that America's farmers were producing. So many problems, but one very elegant solution was school lunch. The New Deal allowed the federal government to buy up excess food from the country's farmers. Then they sent that food to school for children to eat, but instead of making the parents or teachers prepare the meal, they put those who were out of work into the kitchens, and thus was born the lunch lady.
It counts as a vegetable.
Now, one side effect of this program was that much of the food that the children began to eat was meat heavy, a lot more pork and beef because it...
Remember what I talk about every single time the vegan argument comes up? That the government literally subsidizes meat and that meat is ingrained as a part of culture and that a lot of people simply can't just stop eating meat because it's ingrained as a part of our culture and it's subsidized. It's literally the most effective option. Yeah.
It was those expensive ingredients that were in surplus. So our peanut butter and tomato soup was replaced with Salisbury steak.
Oh,
Salisbury
God.
steak.
The American children...
Salisbury steak is a heinous invention. Whoever invented Salisbury steak needs to be punished. Salisbury steak is fucking atrocious. Absolutely the worst school lunch that has ever existed.
Were eaten high on the hog, and then World War II happened. Surpluses turned into shortages, and schools were subject to the same rationing as everybody else. And the school lunch cookbooks from this period seem to include a lot of canned foods. It also saw just the actual number of school lunches really dwindle, and the effects of this were quickly evident. And so once...
It's not just like meatloaf, and no, it's not just like burger with gravy on it. It is like a slimy sponge that has the worst texture that you've ever imagined. If you look at a Salisbury steak, it's like looking at a eldritch horror. It has a bunch of holes that shouldn't be there. It triggers your tryptophobia, and it has a strange layer of greasy slime.
Once the war was over, in 1946, Congress passed the National School Lunch Act, since, as President Harry S. Truman said, no nation is any healthier than its children or more prosperous than its farmers.
Oh my God, Arlo says the best school food lunch that we had was pizza on French-style bread. It was amazing. French bread pizza day? Shout out to French bread pizza day. Also, honorable mention to dipping sticks day or breadsticks day, where you get the cheese sticks that you dip in the yummy marinara sauce. Fucking shout out to that. Oh, extra shout out if your school was the one that made meat sauce for dipping the cheese bread into. That was legit. Absolutely legit.
So with decent budgets available for school lunches and school lunch infrastructure, the 1950s and 60s saw the cafeteria become the standard model for handing out school lunches to students. It's also when classic school lunch foods like pizza, fish sticks, and mashed potatoes served via ice cream scoop became popular fare.
Yep.
Of course, with public funds came a lot of lobbying on how to spend those funds, and so how students ate was largely determined by what companies had the most.
Living in Russia, you just couldn't get pizza, so my mom would make pizza by buying loaves of bread, then slicing them down the middle and using that as a crust. Hey, French bread pizza, you gotta make do. You buy a loaf of bread, you put some melted cheese on it, maybe some garlic, maybe a little bit of sauce, you get your French bread pizza.
Influence in Washington. And so the 1970s saw chips and candy bars and vending machines make their way into the cafetoriums of America. Nutritional guidelines started to dip, and by the 1980s, they fell off a cliff. And this is the area that gives rise to the idea that America once considered ketchup a vegetable, which isn't actually true. It turns out that it was probably just something that somebody said in a meeting, maybe in jest, maybe not, but never actually became public policy. But even so, school lunch became increasingly privatized and the portions shrank, yet the calories grew, mostly due to just more added
Man, fuck this privatization bullshit. Holy shit.
sugar. And that's why my mom always made me take my lunch to school, which was okay as long as I had a really cool lunchbox. But then Lunchables got really popular, and that was the cool thing to bring, and they didn't fit in my really cool lunchbox.
Lunchables, hot take, Lunchables suck, okay? When I was a kid, for a short period of time, for like one month, I was like, damn, Lunchables are so awesome. And then I got a Lunchable one day, and I was like, what the hell? This tastes like hell, and I'm still hungry. Lunchables are a scam. They trick kids with fancy box art, and they actually suck. They're just no good. Sorry, it's just the only one that had any feet to stand on was the little make-your-own pizza one. But once you actually opened it, you realize that the pizzas that you can make, they're like 3 pizzas on like a cracker with a tiny bit of cheese, a squeeze of sauce, and 1 pepperoni. You are just, it will never fill you up. Just terrible. Sorry, terrible. Lunchables?
So on those few occasions when I could convince my mom to spend money and buy me Lunchables, I had to decide between the Lunchables and the cool lunchbox. And usually I went with the Lunchables in a brown paper bag. These were the things that made me lose sleep when I was 8. But in recent years, it seems that...
That's why you pack other things with it. Yeah, but that defeats the purpose of the Lunchable. The Lunchable is supposed to be a self-contained meal. If you have to pack other shit with it, you've defeated the purpose of the Lunchable. Why not just make your own little pizzas at home using like Boboli or one of those other like pre-made pizza crusts? You know, that's what I would do. When I was in school, if I wanted to have a make your own pizza, I would buy those little personal Bobolis, and I would just pack a little container of sauce, you know, like buy pizza sauce, pour it into a little Tupperware, pop it on, put a Boboli in there, a little Tupperware of cheese, little Tupperware of pepperoni, then I get a big pizza, and these fucking losers over there with their little tiny fucking cracker with some shitty cheese, a single drop of sauce, and 1 pepperoni, versus me with the Chad Boboli pizza that cost less than the Lunchable.
The quality of the food in school lunches has actually started to go back up. And
what are you talking about? I've never heard of this. You've never heard of Boboli? Look, they're like, look, they have the little, hold on, Boboli Personal. They have these little tiny ones. Yeah, they're like this. Look at this. Here, everybody. It's this. It looks like this. They still have them. They're still made. It's like a pre-made crust. They still make these. They're pre-cooked, prepared, ready-to-go crusts. And you just put some sauce on it, sprinkle a little bit of cheese in it from a Tupperware. It's sick. They're really solid. Like, they're a solid thing. Boboli? Maybe it is Boboli. Well, I always said Boboli. Yeah. Makes sense. Anyway, let's continue.
Has been a concerted effort to make them more nutritional, but I think that we're still quite a bit behind most other countries, especially France, who has like full-on meals for the kids with beef bourguignon and brie on freshly baked baguette. And they do it at a lower cost than we do. It's crazy. I don't know how they do it, but you know, I don't have any beef bourguignon today, nor fresh.
Oh, hell yeah. The Mog Miner says, I remember the commercials. Demon Mama is correct. Yes, I love being correct. Oh, it makes me feel, yes, I knew it was Boboli.
Baguette, but I do have some peanut butter and tomato soup and hermit cookies about ready to eat. So once your cookies are cooled, slap together a butter sandwich with Wonder Bread and you're all set. And here we are, school lunch from the Great Depression.
Okay,
so we gotta say the texture.
Though, that looks so good. The butter sandwich does not sound very good. I will say the butter sandwich sounds pretty bad, but everything else seems awesome.
Of this doesn't look particularly appetizing. It's kind of gloopy, but it smells good, so let's give it a try. Oh, those poor children. Honestly, it's not even that it tastes bad, because it doesn't taste bad, but it doesn't taste good. I love tomato soup. I love peanut butter. Turns out those two flavors do not go well. They don't make a new flavor. It's more like tomato soup and peanut butter fighting against each other, and nobody wins. Hopefully the hermit cookie will be a little bit better. These smell really, really good. Let's give it a try. You can kind of tell from a cookie how it smells.
Draco system.
Actually, that's really, really good. It reminds me of like the flavor of a fruit cake almost, but obviously not the texture. It's like a much softer, chewy texture. I've seen recipes where they kind of spread out more. It's probably just a different quantities of butter and everything in there, but this is more of a chewy cookie, which I really like.
Check that out. Draco system. Draco system. Next Cooking Mama, send me a B. Dylan Hollis video and we'll check it out.
A- to these. If they had chocolate in it, it would have been an A+. So make sure to follow me on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. I'm going to finish this right now.
I love Tasting History. I love, love, love Tasting History with Max Miller. Amazing. My lovely, lovely imps, it is time for me to wrap up for the night. I actually have to wrap up because I need to be well rested because I'm going to be traveling very, very soon. But don't worry, you are going to get a stream from me. I am going to be doing a stream from my phone on the road. So you're going to get at least one stream while I'm traveling in addition to a bunch of travel updates. Because like I said, while the Xan trip wasn't originally planned, this one was. So I'm going to be going to parks. This is we're going to visit family. So I'm actually going to be doing fun things. So you're going to get, not that I didn't have fun with Xan, but we were traveling at a pretty rapid pace with Xan, whereas I'm not going to be doing that soon. You guys are going to get pictures. You guys are going to get shorts. You guys are going to get a little stream. It's going to be awesome. I want to thank you all for being here tonight. I want to thank you all for supporting me. And I want you to know, do not fucking die. Hope you had a wonderful night tonight. My lovely imps, I will see you all very, very soon. Good night.